Good afternoon, bobbin friends. It's Saturday. We are trying to do a couple of streams today, although, like everything, if I fail, please don't be too disappointed with me. But we will try and do a fair chunk today. Now, I need to get to sit a little bit more comfy than this. Dogs permitting would be nice. Let's move my table just a little bit more so that I can move this and move this like that. Right, so we are looking at some cloth stitch. Now, this is a small chunk to do. I do love this bent bobbin. If you watch as it turns, you can see that the end is bent quite a bit, and it's kind of like, how did it get bent? How is it that bent? So, something's not right about you. You need to come out of there. You two are together. You two are together. Let's get dog. Just sit down. As you know, she annoys me. Amy, come here. Come on. Come here. You can, but you just need to sit down. Don't be doing the whole trampling the glass and bumping me every 3 seconds and then getting up and doing it again. Come here. Come on. Come on. Sod you then. Right. We don't need that for a minute. We need this. We need to twist those. We need to put... Settle down, little one. Come on. Just because I spoke to you. Right. Edgy. Oh, there's a pin sticking out here, too. Right. Come on, settle down. Right. That's a good girl. Settle down now. No, don't try and get in everything. Oh, come on. Settle down. This is the problem, she doesn't settle down. She trounces around and frankly annoys the crap out of me. And then kind of wonders when I get a bit annoyed at her. And I try not to, but when you're sitting still and there's someone behind you doing this, which is what she does when she turns around. Lie down, little one. Yes, come here. Amy. And she's got the attention span of a gnat. Because she gets on, and then she gets off again, and then she gets on. Hello, back again. Can you just lie down, little one? Yes, I know. No, don't stand on my... Her nose is literally here. Come on, get in there and lie down. You lie down there. That'd be nice. It would be nice, and I don't mind. And she's getting off the couch again, and it's in and out and in and out. And for the dog lovers amongst us, we all know that this is the most infuriating thing your dog does, is the in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Just sit the fuck down. Don't be getting back on the couch 3 seconds later, and then off again, and on again, and off again. Hence I call her a crackhead, because she just got back on the couch again. It's just like, no, can you not? Settle down, come on. Be more like your brother. Not that he's perfect. There are times in comparison, love, that you just... There are dog beds, you can go outside, you've got everything you need, you've had a biscuit, don't look at me like that, you just had one, and all of that, and yet it's still wonderful. We've done all the dog things for today, we have. We've done all the major dog things. Yes, we did. What we haven't done is feed me. What we haven't done is let me do me things. And you just fell off and knocked my table. This is exactly why you're annoying. It is. Just lie down. She bumps me again. I mean, we all know that Rory will be up here. He's thinking about it. Come on. Come on. But he's not happy because there's not enough room for some reason. What do you mean there's not enough room? There's plenty of room, little man. There is. Come on. I am not rearranging the universe for you. You can come up round the other way where there is a lot of room, as demonstrated by your sister, who has now come round. Hello. Just sit still, little one. Yes. I'm very aware and very lovely. But you're also very annoying. Yes, you are. Yes. As you can tell, there is a bit of a dog in the corner. Especially here. Look. You can't sit on me. Well, apparently you can, but that means I can't do what I need to do. No. But of course now you're actually sitting still. Let's try. Can't see me bobbins. She's trying to do it by looking in her 2-inch speck of camera. That one. And that one. Look, she's off again. Rory's now thinking, come on. It's only a cushion. There's plenty of room for Rory's if he wants to. There is, yes, there he is. Come on. Just don't be mauling me. It's the only thing I don't want, okay? Bless you. Goodness. Little noses. You are... But I love you dearly. That was nearly a bit of a deep throat thing. I do. But go to sleep. No, don't be... wrong with you? Ow! Amy! Amy! Ow! You're not supposed to... She put her claws in my ear. Ouch. Can we just fuck off? Put your ear straight. Lie down. Come on. Lie me down. Enough now. Enough. Go on. I want to do this. We've been up for hours, we've done things, you had plenty of hug opportunities. I now want to do a me thing. And you now need to go and do dog things by yourselves for a bit. Have a snooze or something. good morning. How are you? I'm doing alright. The dogs are not very settled, so are getting on my nerves slightly, but, you know, they will. They will eventually, so it will all work out in the wash. I'm trying to do 2 streams today. Not because I do feel guilty for the last couple of days of doing a bit of a shorter stream. And I have been struggling a little bit with, I can't say it's lack of motivation, but it's kind of weird, and I don't know if everyone else in the world struggles with this occasionally, but your brain's kind of like, yeah, let's do this, and the moment you go to do it, it goes, yeah, actually, no. So I'm like, I want to see my bobbin thing grow, I want to see the end result. I realise it's going to take best part of a year to come. I'm fully aware of all of these things, and it's not because I don't want to do it, but the moment I sit down and look at it, it's just like, oh, I'm really not in the mood for that now. And I could have been thinking about it for 2 hours, like, yeah, let's do this. The moment I look at it, no, that's not. And I feel really bad because, well, the more I don't do it, the longer it's going to take, obviously. And so from that point of view, I am, I do want to do it. It's not that I want to get it over with, but to a sense, I do, because I want to see the end result. I want to get to the end. But at the same time, I equated it the other day to, it's like having a really beautiful, pristine garden. We all love looking at many flowers and immaculately trimmed plants, but I don't enjoy spending time in the garden. So I'm not going to own that garden. I can only look at somebody else's. And it's kind of the same. It's I want to get to the end. I want to get to the top of the mountain and see the brilliant view. But the 3-hour hike, the blisters, the carrying of the pack, the slipping over, the general grouchiness that will build up along the way. Not really up for that right now. But I want to get to the top to see the view. Can someone carry me? Yeah. Can someone do it for me? And I guess that's kind of where I'm at with this, is it's not that I don't want to. It's just that right here, right now, I want the end result, but I don't want to have to do it. Shut up, dog. You're just winding everybody else up. Your brother is settled. Don't be a cow. It's probably an Amazon man for next door or something. She's just so annoying on occasions. So I'm glad you have it too, because, it is frustrating, I think. It's, as I say, it's not that you don't want to, but the moment for me, it's exactly how I feel about tidying my house all the time, is that I look and go, I really should do a bit of that today. And, maybe there's some stuff there's a couple of things in here that would do better if I moved them somewhere else and took that upstairs. And if I just got on with it, it would take like an hour. Well, I've been procrastinating about it for months, and I haven't actually done 1 inch of it yet. I haven't moved one item, and you're like, yeah. So I still kind of want to, but not now. And still not now. And probably not tomorrow, and to be honest, probably not next week, next month, maybe even next year. And it is that kind of, it is very much a struggle. And so the last couple of days, I've wanted to do lace making, but every time I've kind of touched it, my brain's gone, oh God, are we really doing this? Can we not? Can we do something else? Can we watch a film? Can we, can we watch some streamers or whatever? Can we just do something else? And it's like, no, I want to do this. And it's going, Yeah, but I don't. So, hopefully today I'm going to do 2 streams. If nothing else, so that, because obviously it's very early in America over there. So, to try and capture a few people who are less able to watch my streams because it's always too early for them, I want to try and do a later one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'd like to do a kind of a later night one. But you see, that alone gives me issues because I always upload my stuff to YouTube afterwards. Well, I'm not staying up till 4 in the morning to upload a friggin' video. And I don't overly like leaving it doing it. So I can't win, right? I really don't win. There's no win if the things... And I think sometimes that's been the problem, is that I'll do a reasonable evening one and it'll be great and I'll enjoy it and I'll be happy, and then suddenly, because it was a longer one, my crappy internet has then taken too long to upload it to YouTube, and during the week, during a work night, I've not been getting to bed till like 2 o'clock in the morning, which then leaves me tired and grumpy, and rinse and repeat. And by the end of it, I'm then in such a foul mood that I just lost count of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That it kind of means that kind of come the weekend, all I want to do is sleep and do nothing, And I'm kind of frustrated with myself because recently we have been on a roll. We've been doing really well. And we've been stonking through the triangles, and I've been really proud of myself for how well it was going. And then I hit brick wall and just kind of sat down and went, no. And it's kind of like, but why? You were doing so well. You were, you were speeding through it. It was, you could have been on path to do 2 triangles in a week, and you're like, that would have been ace, because that'll halve the amount of time that it's going to take to do this stuff, because I've basically worked out that, as an approximation, each square takes about a month. And as someone kindly worked out, I've done a quarter of the squares. So I'm in a position where, I've done a quarter of it. So, and I've done 113 streams. Now, admittedly, a few of them, I would say, let's say up to 8 or 9, were not exactly triangle stroke square related, okay? But that's still 100 and something days. So if I'm a quarter of the through, I've got best part of a year to go, right? And so it's, it's not, I knew it was never going to be a quick project. I was under no illusion. Half the reason for the state in the top right hand corner is because it is a slow, laborious trek through the requirements, and frankly it is really repetitive because, well, every triangle's the same. So with that in mind, it is going to take a while. And I knew that I worked it out originally that it could be as much as 18 months. So I was prepared for that. And part of the reason for some of the diversions that we've had is to alleviate the brain farts of, oh my God, didn't I just do this yesterday, right? Because the answer is probably, yeah, you did. In this case is kind of, yeah. This week's like last week, like the week before, like the week before that. So to alleviate some of that, we have had the diversions. And I knew last night that basically my brain was being awkward because I've got the Flanders thing I started last weekend. And it's got the new shiny bobbins on it. And I want to play with that more than I want to play with this. And it's not because I like the Flanders thing more. Actually, I'm finding it frustrating, and it's over effort, is the short answer. Is for the work coming out the other end, you know, if I was making this square in Flanders, there would be twice as many bobbins, which is depressing already, right? But it would take so much longer. It would be like a 4-year project. But it wouldn't necessarily look better for it. Now, I'm not going to say it would look worse, because that's not true. But for kind of quadrupling the effort, it's not 4 times as good, right? In fact, you know, it basically looks, to the lesser trained eye, it will look almost identical. So, just maybe slightly thicker, chunkier, in that instead of kind of like 2 threads, because instead of 2 threads forming the ground, you have 4. So, for a lot of the bits, it would just be chunkier. And I mean, really? I mean, to be fair to Flanders, without trying to be too dismissive of it, most of the difference of Flanders is the fact that all the ground stitch pinholes, instead of being 2 pairs of bobbins getting together, is 4. So obviously more chunky, right? Even if you use thinner thread, it will look chunkier because there's 4 threads doing a dance rather than 2. And while, to a large extent, that is not really a bad thing or a good thing, obviously cloth stitch is cloth stitch, so like the zigzags here would still be roughly the same, only it would have to be substantially thinner threads because it's already plenty tight. They don't really do rose ground, so it would be a different style of space filler, for want of a better word. So, but again, it would still be 4 threads versus 2, so it would be chunkier. So realistically, it would just look slightly chunkier and be twice as, you know, well, almost 4 times as much work, because, you know, every stitch here is 2 bobbins like this, go mixy mixy, pin, mixy mixy. Well, on Flanders, you've got 4 pairs of bobbins like this, and you do a mixy, a double mixy with these 4 pairs, then you do another mixy for every pin. So it's 4 times as much work. Technically it's 6 times as much work, but, you know, let's be nice, 4 times as much work. So for a lot of it, it's a lot of extra work for arguably little gain. Now, obviously, having more threads does mean that it is a stronger, and this looks wrong. I don't actually think it is. I'm going to go with not. It just looks like this comes out of the wrong pin, but it's not. It's kind of between them. It just has sunk to the bottom. But, you know, with that in mind, it is not good. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, you're not supposed to be 4. So you are, in fact, pinned. You are for the next row. I don't join you there. That's why it looks wrong. You are ready for the next row. We need to twist and go back. So, you know, and with Flanders, with the cloth stitch, because there's, you know, all these extra pairs floating around, they do more complicated things with the cloth stitch. So whereas here, my pale pen constantly go backwards and forwards, they are the workers all of the time. In Flanders, you wouldn't do that, because for every row where that you've got a pin, 2 pairs are coming in. So instead of 1 pair coming in and 1 pair going out to make it move diagonally, well, you've got 2 pairs coming in, 2 pairs going out. And in Flanders, what they do is, like, this pair's work to the edge and I need to pin it. They wouldn't do that. You don't pin your workers at the edge. You have a gimp thread that you don't go anywhere near with it. They would then kind of stop. And this pair almost would, you know, I mean, it's harder to explain on an outside pair, but say this pair would leave, and so would this pair. And on the other side, 2 would come in, but this pair would now work back. So it just means that it's really hard to get a decent tension on it. It makes it more complicated because you don't have a worker pair. It basically changes every row, which is good in terms of spreading the load over bobbins. I don't disagree with that. But at the same time, you know, because you can't tension, well, what would happen now is that these have got to the edge. There'd be a gimp thread. You ignore that. This would then, pretending this is 2 pairs of bobbins, these would come through the gimp thread. This would work these two like, well, let me cross them first because I do need to do this. So these would then cross like this, but this would stand still, and this would now be the new worker. Well, actually, one of them would now be the new worker. And you're kind of going, why? Why do you do that to yourself? Why do you make it harder? Now, in a way, I understand why. Because when you do this with torsion, and you have your worker bread, and it gets to the edge, you do a little twisting motion, and you come back. And if you look at the edges of where the thing are, you end up with like these little bumps. Well, of course, because each incoming pair or outgoing pair make their exit and entrance, you don't have the bumps round the edge. So from that point of view, I get it. But for the amount of grief, again, it's the effort versus reward, right? It was like when I tried the alternative sewing in method. It was not wrong, in principle. This is too many bobbins. You should have left the building. When I did that alternative sewing in of square, right? The end result was spectacular. But the fact that basically doing about half an inch took me 4 hours, for the effort involved, the reward was not what I want to do in life, you know? Because it would take most of a week to finish up a square. No. The squares already take sufficient time, and, you know, it takes me a couple of hours or so to sew up the edge to join them together. Bite me, I'll still glue it. Now, I have got new glue. There is lots of reasons I have new glue, but I have new glue. And so I feel this should help. The new glue will be slightly less, well, super gluey. Because, well, it's not super glue. Funny that. It's funny it's not so super glue if it's not super glue. But it should mean that it's not so crunchy and hard. Not that the super glue being crunchy or hard is actually a problem. It's a net curtain, for Christ's sake. If it was a piece of clothing, that would matter. Which is why the new glue would be better. Will you just get in the... And the new glue is fabric glue. It's still, you know, it's designed to be flexible but waterproof and all of those kind of good sounding things. So and in case anyone's, my mother used to have some when I was a kid. I assume it's the same stuff because it's how I remember it, but not the packaging. The packaging used to be more white with just pinky kind of flowers on it. But this stuff, gonna give it a go. It comes with a little pin in the cap and a tiny metal nozzle, making it nice and easy to direct in a very small amount and in a very precise amount, and does not gum up like super glue, because obviously super glue sets in 2 seconds, right? And therefore, you know, if I'm using a pin to dollop the thing, the pin's then a write-off because, well, it is. This stuff basically turns into like a rubber, but it's a clear rubber. but it's also waterproof and doesn't wash out. So I'm just reading the back. Am I reading? Seriously, world? Let me read you these instructions. It says, pre-use, clean and sand the degum. I don't know what a degum is. Oh, God's sake, Ants. Why do you always come when I'm talking? I can sit here for hours and you always come when I'm talking. This has got to be a direct translation. This has got to be direct translation from something. I have never read this. With any luck, you're back. I have been laughing throughout the advert break because, well, you know how back in the 80s people used to, joke about how something was the, direct translation from the original Chinese when you had some really weird kind of translations. It's making a resurgence because product characteristics. This product has strong adhesive force, high water resistance, water resistance is one word, and aging resistance melt, not yellow, soft and other being one word, characteristics. Fabric glue provides a superior bond on stubborn porous, it's supposed to be porous but it's got a dash in it, and non-porous substrates. Great for fabrics, cotton, flannel, denim, leather, dull polyester, one word, cloth, and nylonry, repair. That's supposed to be nylon repair, but it's got ni-lon-re, one word, pair as another word, and other materials. Application method. Pre-use. Clean and sand the med part of the cloth. Spread the glue Spread the glue nylon, one with a dash in it, both sides of the crack. Don't use too much being one word, glue to prevent the glue from overflowing. After applying the glue, align the position and paste it immediately. I'm sure that's not spelled right, but spread over 2 lines. More than 20 seconds. Can be fixed with rubber bandsaw clips. Bandsaw, being one word, obviously. More than 24 hours. If it is a cold being one word, winter, the curing time will be longer. Please be patient. After using fabric glue, please use to wait one word, 24 hours before or more before glue to fully cure one word, before using. The longer the curing time one word, the stronger the adhesive repair effect, because it's in the middle of a line with a dash in it. Please wait patiently. So, pretty rough translation there, but we got the gist. Note. Possible stimulation to skiing and eyes. No, I shit you not. In case of contact with skiing and eyes, please rinse with plenty of water. Please use the glue in a ventilated environment and avoid skin contact. Please keep the glue away from children and, one word, fire sources and store it in a cool place. I don't know about you, but I don't tend to glue while skiing. I mean, I haven't been skiing for years, but it's I'm just confused by the clean and sand the degum med part of the cloth. You don't sand cloth. You sand wood. And degum, I get, remove any gummy parts, but there aren't generally gummy parts of a cloth. And sand the I can't even try. I can't even almost picture what words it might have been, because the med part, literally me, and me, depart of the cloth. Spread the glue Eve-nylon. What's an Eve nylon? I've not met an Eve nylon. I love it. I mean, in case you think I'm mad, right? I don't know if you can read that white bit of the green bit, but it even says there, it says, sorry, I've got to do it so this. The bottom line says cloth and nylon repair in the bottom line, look. I mean, it's not my imagination, right? These are the words. So if you read here, this line here, it says, pre-use, clean and sand the degum me depart of the cloth, right? This is not me making it up. But I do remember my mother having something very similar to it, and this may not be the same brand, obviously, because pretty sure my mother and father would have laughed at that, given the opportunity years ago. So, you know, but, you know, it is, for goodness sake, how can I literally have put these bobbins up and they're already tangled, you know? But yeah, I feel the translation of that did not go too well. Which, considering this day and age, I mean, I do know that, especially with crafting, because people give things stupid names, especially things like spinning and weaving, you know, you've got sheds and shafts and treadles and you know. But occasionally, you know, you do look at how it translates something and you kind of go, you know, that's not worked too well. But that's because it is specific to that. And obviously, you know, maybe in their language they call it something else equally possibly stupid, but just not those stupid words. We got it 1, 2, 3, 4. But it does make me laugh, because it's been a good few years since we've had that level of mistranslation, just because it is so easy now to get it sent to someone to say, here, read this, does it make sense? And when they write back, Lord, no, it should say this, and then they slap it on, you know. It's like there was a little video going around and they had like a restaurant, and the piece of paper in the window said, you know, this restaurant is full, sorry, you know, not taking any visitors. And then under in Chinese it said, actually, we're lying, please come in. But so of course only the Chinese would know to go in because it wasn't in their language. I mean, I thought that was a great way of excluding foreigners. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow there. Thank you. Welcome to our channel. Hope you enjoy the fun and games. The more you talk, the more I talk, and the more fun it is for me. So I appreciate people out there because, well, I'm doing this for me. Right, I have said this many times. I am not streaming this as an educational event, particularly. And so I appreciate all the people who come and watch. I mean, I'll happily answer questions and everything, but it's not like this is a long tutorial, right? This is not, you know, I'll explain how to many times, I'm sure. But the principle is this is not here. This is because my brain has a habit of wanting to go big, and sometimes its big ideas are a little bit too big, if you know what I mean. And well, in this case, it's bitten off slightly more than it can chew, I think. I mean, not that I can't do it, but it is a year and a bit's worth of project, and you know, I need it to remember that the next time it has one of its big bright ideas. And so I thought, well, what I'll do is I'll stream it. Other people can share and join along in the fun and games of me doing it, which could be interesting, might not be, I don't really know, I'm not the one watching, right? But, at the same time, when I'm done, and my brain goes, great, let's do another, I can point it at the many hours of videos, and some of the ones with tears in, because there's a few of those, and go, this is what happened last time. Are you really prepared for this? Because it's already planning more. Please know that, you know, I may have committed to doing this for many, 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 many moons to come. But already my brain's going, well, we could make a, and we could do a, and we could make a big thing, and we could do it as one piece, and we could do it in extra fine, super fancy, and brain, you hate it. bear in mind, my brain hates too many bobbins. It's kind of got an allergy to it. It finds them really gives it anxiety. I mean, like a lot of phrases these days, you know, it makes me anxious. Well, I mean, you can see, mostly, I mean, if I come down a bit, there's a few more bobbins up there, right? There are a lot of bobbins. I was explaining earlier that if you look at the one we were doing last weekend, so here's what we started last weekend. This tiny little square, so for scale, here is a finger, so it's about a finger length long. There are as many bobbins on this pillow, bar about 4, I think it is, as there are on this one, and this one's going to make a square that's, well, at least 4 times the size, right? So, it's okay with the other pillows worth of bobbins because it's the same number of bobbins as these. But if I wanted to make this in it, well then I need like 4 times as many bobbins. So then it would be unhappy because that's too many bobbins. But it wants to do more and bigger things. How can that be true, right? How can that does not equate to happy brain cells. So I am doing it for my own education, a bit like a diary. And I encourage people to come to visit me along my journey. This is kind of where I'm at with it. This is the general point of why I'm here. So I appreciate people coming. I am pleased to see you. Hello! How are you doing? So what have you been up to, Royal Legion? This is when I always worry that my mic's gone funny and you can't hear me, so... Hello, is anybody out there? Yeah, I got to a point, I've got to a boss in PoE, and it's not even the end of act boss, which is slightly worrying. But he's being a big fat meanie, so, one of the things that has always slightly annoyed me is you go through a zone, area, whatever you want to call it, and you're killing all the little mobs in it, and some of them are harder than others, but you're going through and you're having a kind of a killy, and things are dying, right? You get to the boss, and he goes, and you're dead. And you're like, what? Okay. I've tried 5 times now, and pretty much he kind of goes, and I'm dead, and I'm like, youch! That's not going to be fun. That's no fun. Don't like the sound of that. That sounds horrible. I mean, it is supposed to be colder here. There was supposed to be snow overnight or whatever it was, and like us there was. But there might have been on some of the hills. I haven't gone out and stared at hills to check. But we are on snow alert, because God forbid we have snowflakes in winter. Jeez. But yeah. I mean, it's not that cold out, she says. Going looking. Where's my weather thing? Yeah. Where's my weather thing? Weather. The weather thing says 4 degrees Celsius, that is. High humidity. Chance of rain currently 9%. Whatevs. Outley, what have we got? Okay, due to potentially rain later. Woo. It's England. Of course it friggin' rains. So... so yeah, I'm not overly surprised by that. It's winter, it should be dark and wet. That's how winter works here. In the summer, it's hot and wet. In the winter, it's cold and wet. And for autumn and spring, it is warm and wet. Yes, I can appreciate that. Yeah, this meanie just keeps killing me, and the problem, like all of these games, is I've been really enjoying it. I felt my character was doing really well. I thought I'd done a good job with it, but now it just keeps dying, and I almost can't do anything else. Well, you get bored, because if you just repeatedly die at the same thing, it was a bit like when I was married, we used to have a PlayStation, and we used to like things like Formula 1 and Tokka and other car racing games. And we both found that obviously we play slightly differently, not intentionally, but, like everything, we're different people, we play slightly differently. And there was one game, I don't think it was GTA, but it could have been, no, it wasn't GTA, but it was a collect cars and get faster and better cars kind of deal. And you had to do certain racetracks, and you had to do certain challenges before you could then do anything else. And there were things I was good at, and there were things he was good at. And between us, we could play the whole game. On our own, no, we couldn't. Neither of us almost could get off level 1. And it really was quite frustrating, because, I was really good at the rallying side of it. He was really good at the kind of kind of more racetrack style part of it. But it meant that neither one of us could play. If we played against each other, we hated it, because you knew who was going to win before you even started the race, right? But there were so many times that you sat there and you had to be pixel perfect to make it actually work. But things like in the Formula 1, the game that we played, I mean, they may have changed it since then, but the game that we played, you had 2 races that you could do. If by the end you had not come first in both races, it threw you off the team and wouldn't let you play anymore. But of course, in Formula 1, you are not allowed to ram your opponents. You can be given penalties for that. Oh, except for everybody else. You will, they won't. You can be 2 laps ahead of them, and then suddenly they're up your arse knocking you off the track. Well, I've just spent 10 laps and you were 2 laps behind me, getting further and further away. Suddenly now, you're up my butt. Oh, you've overtaken me and you're now in the lead. Oh, look, 16 more people. You've spun me. Everyone's now past me. I'm last. Oh, look, I can't play anymore. And having access to things gatekeeped in such a harsh manner where you have got to be so pixel perfect to get it right that you cannot progress. And this is kind of how I'm feeling with this level on Path of Exile, is that it's not... I mean, I know that people have killed it, because, well, duh. However, obviously, you know, I've not specifically watched someone doing it for their technique, but when you're waltzing around the zone, as I say, killing things kind of with the stroke of a brush kind of thing, and then you get to the boss mob, and almost before you know that he's there, you're dead. Where's the fun in that? Where is... It's like I always said about PvP. True PvP, which is done with honour, where, you know, you don't wait till they're halfway through a big battle, that they then finally kill the big bad thing. They've got 3 hit points left, and, you know, they're really relieved. They're just, you know, they're just picking up their loot. You don't gank them from behind and laugh while you do it. You know, true PvP where there is, sir, I challenge you to a duel kind of thing, right? Sir, I wish for this mob. You know, all of those levels of PvP, I find acceptable. It's the ganking from behind. It is the level 65, almost standing outside the spawn point going, bang, you're dead. Ha ha, bang, you're dead. Ha ha, bang, you're dead. There's no fun in that. I mean, clearly there is for them, but not for anybody else. And there's no honour in that. It's just been a jerk. And so, hence, I don't tend to do PvP, because sadly, an awful lot of PvP stuff seems to attract the jerks of this world. And, you know, unless you're in first and you're the highest level, and so when they try to gank you, you just turn around and slap them down one, and, you know, they're now dead. It's not fun. It's not fun for me. I mean, I had it in Shadow of the Avatar. I had that PvP player. I was a low-level character. I was working on a low-level one. And I was in a zone, and I was killing like 5 bears right in the corner of a zone. I'm not sure there were bears on this occasion, but we'll say bears because I did a lot of bears. But, you know, I was killing 5 little mobs in a spawn point. In one corner, there was an entire zone. And this girl, this female character logged in. And because she was so high level, the zone, you know, pretty much she breathed in and the whole zone fell over. And she wouldn't leave me the handful of mobs that I was trying to kill. She refused. And she got really grumpy and arsey about it. And it was so unnecessary. You know, she had an entire game to go and play in, and I'm asking her to leave me this tiny little batch in a corner, and she can't not. Oh, because, well, no, that will affect my timing. Well, you came in and affected my... Well, then you can kill me. No, love, I'm like level 5 and your level's 92. I don't stand a chance. Well, then that's your answer, isn't it? No, it's not. I'm in a PvE area. I shouldn't have to battle you so that I can do what I was doing before you got there, you know? I was minding my own business. I was not causing anyone any trouble. And you have come along and made it a pain in everybody's butt. So yeah, every time I've had, you know, interactions in PvP, and I've tried a few games, I've always ended up suffering from some really high level character comes along and spoils it. And I'm just not up for that. My life is short enough. I am not a great game player. I mean, you know, I've done well enough in plenty of games, but, you know, I'm not the quickest, I'm not the fastest, and I'm not the best. But I'm not claiming I am either. But it is frustrating when you get shanked by some other character. And, I mean, I had it a good few times in Shrouded Avatar because some of the cloak thing bit, you had to go into a PvP zone. And there you'd be trying to find the entry point, because of course it was slightly random, and oh, I'm dead. Great. Didn't even see him coming. Thanks for that. That really helped. I was not going to be killing nobody. I had no intentions of that, and yet you decided to kill me anyway. Never mind. So yeah, I'm slightly struggling with Path of Exile at the moment. Not because it's a crap game, because it's not, because it's crap. And not because it's got any specific bugs in it. Just because this boss seems to be kind of, well, it's a bit big for compared to everything else going on around it. Now, a lot of their end bosses are a lot like that. But, you know, you know, when you've kind of like gained 5 levels, you come back and it still wipes the floor with you. It feels a bit much. But interestingly, I was talking to someone about Monster Hunter today. I didn't get on too well with Monster Hunter. There were some aspects I really liked about Monster Hunter, which was things like the, you know, killing monsters is not a, you know, a 2-hit job. You have to, it takes you a long time. And I consider that a good thing because, you know, if they truly were big kind of dinosaur-sized, you know, dragon-sized monsters, you probably shouldn't be able to kill them in 2 hits or 1 cast or whatever, right? It should take a while. So I quite like that aspect in the fact that the fight goes on for quite a long time. So I have no problem with long fights. But the difference, I think, between things like the bosses in PoE or Diablo, sometimes even for it, is that you come across the boss following the story, and it's gone from kind of killing everything in like 1 hit, maybe 2, to now you're going to spend like 20 minutes doing it, and you'll get to 19.5 minutes and it will hit you just right and you're dead, and now you got to try again. And that can either spurn you on or it can put you off. And I think after a while it kind of, even if you're spurned on initially because you were so close, it's damn it, if I just, you know, moved left, not right or something. But of course you don't always have the option to tell which way you should have moved. But, you know, if only I'd press the other button, I might still be alive right now. But you didn't. And so sometimes that spurs you on. Other times you're just like, I mean, this boss, I think the 3rd time I did it, I got him down to like 5 or 6%. Pretty much the rest of the time I don't get him below 90. He just comes along and goes, and I'm dead. And I'm like, thanks for that. So, I mean, I know that I stand a chance, but it's almost like you've got to have the random number generator in your favour to be even able to do that. It's not really a game then, is it, if you're playing against random chances? you know, if you need the random number to be nice to you, then, well, it's not really a skill thing now, is it? And I you know, some of the bosses, I swear I've got by the skin of my teeth. There was one boss that, for some reason, even though I was, you know, kind of standing in front of him, whacking away at his knees or whatever I was doing, he didn't seem to hit me. He hit all around me, and he did his big posh swipey moves and his big, you know, bombs of terror or whatever it was, you know, fire, ice, whatever it was. But not one of them hit me. And it kind of like, whack, 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 whack. And yeah, it took a really long time, but he just didn't seem to, you know, it was probably a bug, but I didn't seem to be, you know, it wasn't like I was in an awkward position, I'd found a corner, or, you know, it wasn't anything like that, but I was standing there and he wasn't actually hitting me, and I was quite pleased with that, because, you know, meant I killed it. But at the same time, you can't be proud of winning if you didn't really fight for it, so yeah, I think I just struggle with games these days, is that I've not got the same, you know, if you think back in my Shadow Avatar days, I would easily spend 15, 16 hours at the weekend killing bears, you know, almost like the same 8 bears for 15, 16 hours. I don't mind a grind, but you've got to see some level of improvement while grinding, and I think sometimes in games you don't really get that anymore. You have to grind for the sake of grinding, and I think in Path of Exile, because you don't automatically get more HP, more damage, more per level, you've got to gain a skill, you've got to pick a passive that then actually makes a difference to one of those two things. And right here, right now, maybe you're not in an area of the skill tree that really allows you to do much about that. And, you know, even though you're picking things that say 8% difference, it doesn't seem to be making much of a difference in gameplay. And so at the moment, I think I'm working on mana restoration, mana recovery, and mana cost for skills. And because I kept running out of mana. But I still seem to be running out of mana. I still seem to be, and it's kind of like, but I've just put like 30% into this, and it doesn't really seem to be that different. I expect to feel a difference, you know? And none of the things around my bit of tree seem to be overly useful. I mean, they are. Some of it, the earlier stuff was. But, you know, if I want to get something useful, I've got to travel all the way across the skill tree thing, which will take me like 12 levels of getting nowhere fast. And, well, if I get there, will it really make much of a difference? Probably not. Some things do. Some of the skills make a huge difference. But I'm just not feeling the benefits. And as I said, it's, you know, earlier, it's much like this. I enjoy doing this, but there are times when it's got to feel worth it. It's got to feel like you actually have, you know, if you do something and it takes you hours versus the cheap, quick thing, if it doesn't feel any better really for it at the end, why are you doing it? Other than say that you did, you know, it's that kind of aspect for me. Is I find myself considering an awful lot, is this really a valuable use of my time? You know, if I spend 6 hours joining my square, not 2, is it 3 times as good? Is it worth wasting 6 hours of my life? or is it easier just to do a slightly shitter job and only spend 2 and get on with something else? And to be honest, often it is I'm finding that while the other option is better, and it's not, it's not like it's no better, or it's not like it's not, it's not an improvement, but it's not enough of an improvement to warrant the amount of time, the amount of effort that goes into it. What else would I do? Well, if I wasn't doing this right now, I'd probably be watching TV. I possibly would be doing some cross stitch. I've been thinking about making a few more of my inkle band type things. This is not the only one, it's just the nearest one I've got to grab. Make some inkle band things. I really should empty my loom and, finish off the project on it and empty that so I can do something different. And then, well, this nail has broken about 8 times in the last 4 days. It just chips in a way that leaves a really rough bit. So I sort it all out, and then I look back and there's another great chunk missing from it. It's having a good day. So yeah, what else would I do? Possibly some knitting, possibly some crochet, possibly some sewing. Should really tidy the house. That would be a thing. But that's not going to happen, so let's not pretend that that's really a valid option. Snooze, sleeping. Sleeping is good. Hugging of dog. Playing with dog in the garden. And I think, that sometimes it's the variety. It's if I've just spent, as I said, in terms of things like this, if I can join my square and it takes, say, 2 hours, I don't begrudge the 2 hours particularly. But if joining in a different fashion that is better, but it's not sufficiently better, but takes me 6, well, why would I do it? I'm not gaining. I mean, okay, technically, do I have anything actually better to do? No, not really. But if I did 2 hours of joining and then could start the next bit of triangle, well, then I'm kind of 4 hours into the next bit of triangle for the same amount of time, right? And I think that is, as I say, it's not that I'm against doing a better thing, because sometimes better is definitely the right thing to do. But sometimes, so for example, let's think of you want a sandwich. You buy some pre-made bread, you I don't know, toast it, put some cheese in it, and some favourite flavouring of choice, and you eat your sandwich. That's great. You've had a good sandwich. You could make the bread and the bread would be better, but you've now got to add 2-3 hours in front of your sandwich making the bread. Now, the bread will be better for you, almost certainly, because it won't have any kind of weird shit in it, unless you put the weird shit in it. And it will probably taste better, look better, it'll be better for you. But you've now had to add 2-3 hours, maybe longer, because, we all need to leave the yeast to rise forever. So, does that make that sandwich better for the bread? Well, it would be a bit better, but is it worth your entire morning just to make a slightly better sandwich? The answer often is no. I got other things to do, right? And so it is, to me, that's kind of where it falls down. It's not that it wouldn't be better, it would, but I would rather spend that additional time doing other things, anything else almost, because for the amount of better. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually quite like making bread, I really do. But it's kind of if I'm going to make some bread, I don't really want to make it just for a sandwich. I want it to be, well, I'll usually just eat the bread, but with a big slab of butter on it. But I guess I mean, my family always brought me up with a value for money kind of practical thing. So, for example, in the new bobbins I have bought an almighty truckload of the new bobbins. And for those of you who were not around yesterday, hang on, let me just draw out a couple of things. So, a little while ago, well, the end of last year, I bought a load of these bobbins, right? You can't really see them because they're in a plastic bag, but bite me on that one. So they are like Midlands bobbins, but a bit longer and a bit beefier, and these actually weigh. This pack of 50 bobbins, I would say, weighs about the same as a mug of coffee, right? It is quite heavy. And I originally bought 150 of them. And in fact, have used them on this project here, which we looked at last week. Hence, you can see the pretty bobbins. And, you know, I really liked them, so I bought more. In fact, I bought 750 more, right? Now, it then came with, the first time round, I got, oops, just knocked it off, these 2 additional bobbins. They sent me them as a freebie. And do I like them? Not sure. Haven't really played with them yet. But, you know, they're about the same sort of size as the wooden ones. And being coloured, they'd be good for marking out, you know, fat threads, worker threads, whatever. So I have no hate for them. And they're free, so I really don't mind. And to be honest, I had seen that they did them, and they make large number of colours, and they do opaque ones so they do like flat colours, opaque ones, and then they do the kind of transparent with glittery bits, so it probably doesn't show too well on camera, but this has got glittery bits in it. So this time around they gave me a black one, and it's a lot brighter in person, a neon orange glittery one, so I now have 4 of those. But they also gave me these, which are glorious. So I'll show you the pack. They've given me 12, very much like the wooden bobbins I've ordered, but they've got these coloured beads on. So again, they're really good for identifying, you know, special use threads. So I didn't just get 750 bobbins, I actually got 766 bobbins. But as it turns out, the packs of 50 don't seem to be packs of 50. They seem to be packs of 52. So I actually got more bobbins. Now, there's no such thing as too many bobbins. As a pile to be used. Now, in your project, yeah, there is too many bobbins. But as a supply of bobbins, having more bobbins is only a good thing. So I'm quite excited by those bobbins. I really am. And I'm looking forward to, when we get to the end of this square, changing over to those bobbins, because I really do like them. And it's not that I hate these bobbins, because I don't hate these bobbins, but the other ones are nicer. They're heavier. They fit better in the sticks. You can fit more of them in the sticks. But on top of you can fit more of them in the sticks are flatter. And the bobbins weigh a bit more, so they don't roll around as much. And they've got better roses on the top. Whoops, didn't want to do that. They've got roses on the top, which means that if I show you this, so the anatomy of a bobbin, here is a bobbin, this is the bobbin, body of the bobbin, this thinner bit is the neck of the bobbin, and this lumpy bit on top that's got like a groove in it is known as the top bit is known as the rose, and obviously you've got the dimple bit where you're supposed to stick your thread. Now the wooden dimple bit is quite thin. Realistically, it would be even more better if it was a bit deeper, but it is sufficient for a the only ones that I've got it struggling on are where I made a gimp thread out of joining 4 threads together. That's a bit thick for it, and because they're individual threads, some of the threads don't really want to stay on it too well. So from that point of view, you know, they could be better for that, But the problem with these ones is, as almost demonstrated by this bobbin, is these can slide up and get tangled with the knot at the top. They don't tend to stay at the bottom. Whereas by having a rose with a nook in the top, the knot stays away from the rest of the thread and doesn't tend to tangle. And frankly, less tangling of any form is a considerable bonus in the lace making world, because obviously tangles are the bane of our existence. Hang on, I need 1, 2, 3. So yeah, you know, with that in mind, I don't need you. I miscounted, I think. Let's put you back momentarily. So yeah, but I think for me it is that. So those bobbins, they weren't cheap, but they weren't expensive. And I was explaining this to my manager, and he goes, "Well, how long will bobbin last you?" And I said, "Well, in theory, they should last me a lifetime, because you know they don't technically go through a lot of strain." I have successfully broken a bobbin. It was one of these ones, and the neck was the thinnest of thin. Some of these, like this one here, have got a really chunky neck, and some of them, she says, looking like this one here, have got really thin necks. So there's a bit of a variety in them, and yeah, whatever. But it was a really, really, really thin-necked one. It was almost like, you know, matchstick thin. And, well, it snapped somehow. I can't even remember quite how it snapped. I think I was doing this and pulling it down, and it just snapped in my fingers, and it was like, well, that's a bit shit. It was definitely not suited for me as an environment. But as a general rule, bobbins do not break, because, well, they just hold thread and get thrown around a cushion a bit. So, you know, they will last, you know, they will last. So, having spent 400 quid on 750 bobbins, it is potentially going to last me years. So I have no problem with that. But as I said to him, you can go on eBay and find like a bobbin, not even a pair of bobbins, a bobbin. And it can be as much as £25. I'm not spending, you know, if I wanted to buy 750 bobbins like I just did, at £25 each, no. Just no. That's not an option to me. I haven't got that kind of money, right? Whereas, yes, 400 quid is a lot of money for a lot of bobbins, but I get a lot of bobbins for it. And they're well made, and I like them, and so to me, that was worth it. But the 25 quid ones, yes, they may have a pretty picture on it or something. But I'm not looking at the pictures. I'm making lace. I'm not going to, it's not like, you know, it's like people who have thimble collections. You know, I get it, but I don't get it. You know, you can collect anything that you think looks pretty, and, you know, that's on you, and, you know, good luck to you. But at the same time, if it's supposed to be a functional object, I mean, don't get me wrong, my mother used to have a mug collection, and we had all manner of mugs, and 99% of them were up on little kind of shelves on top of the kitchen cupboards my dad made, specifically for the mugs, so that, you know, because we, you know, we're a family of 3, we do not need like 200 mugs, and we each had a favourite mug, so realistically we only really needed 3, and maybe a couple for visitors. We did not need 900 friggin' mugs. And so they were on little shelves for display. And that's exactly, you know. But so if you're going to buy them for display, that's fine. That's on you. Good luck to you. But I'm trying to buy functional bobbins. And so I'm not wanting to pay £25 a bobbin when kind of 20p bobbin is out there. Now, obviously, some, you know, like everything, I equated it much like to my manager, much like fountain pens. Every fountain pen achieves the same job. Every normal fountain pen achieves the same job. I'm not talking calligraphy pens. I'm not talking artistic pens. I am talking standard, write on a piece of paper, fountain pen. And they range in price from, you know, a couple of quid for a disposable one almost, through to hundreds and up to thousands of pounds for a highly fancy, state-of-the-art, made of expensive shit one. Now, are the more expensive ones better? Not necessarily. They're made out of better stuff, yet they may have a longer lifespan. But only time will truly tell that. What you need to do is you end up, you know, I call it the Pokemon effect, gotta catch them all. You have to try a lot to decide which one is more you, which one you are comfortable with. Because inevitably, you find a make and model of fountain pen that just works really well for you. It's the right size, the right chunkiness, the right length. You know, the ink seems to work. You know, it doesn't come out too fast, too slow. You just find one that's right for you. And then you live with it until they stop making it. And, you know, bobbins fall into that category because you are groping the bobbin a lot. If it feels funny to you, then you won't like it. So if for example, wood is quite, I won't say it's a warm material, but it doesn't tend to get really, really cold. I mean, it can be cold, but it's not, you know, if they were metal would be really cold. If you know, on a cold day, you came downstairs, the heating hasn't really kicked in yet, your bobbins would be exceptionally cold, right? Whereas wood does not generally suffer from that. They would be cold, but they would not kind of freeze to your hand almost. Weight of the bobbin matters. If they're really, really heavy, so I mean if you made them out of lead, they'd be really heavy and your fingers would get tired. But if they're really light, they don't tend to stay still on the cushion. They run around in the faintest breeze, and well, that gets annoying. So you need something with a bit of weight, but how much weight is really down to you. The size of it. Well, the size of it really matters to almost by your hand and what makes you feel comfortable. And that's it. It's not that they can't do the job, but some work better for you than others. And to be honest, I don't imagine that these kind of plasticky, resiny bobbins, because they're shiny, I almost can't see that being good for me, because I imagine the thread will slip on the neck a lot, and I'll get really grumpy because the bobbin will need, you know, constant attention. I know that some of the bobbins I've got have got a tapered neck so that it's fatter at the bottom and thinner at the top, which means that, like this, the thread wanders down the neck and then gets tangled and annoying, and you're kind of going, well, but it's designed for that. You wind it at the fat end like you're supposed to, because you're kind of supposed to wind at the bottom, and if there is no nook at the top, you put the knot at the top and have the thread at the bottom. But if it's tapered, well, that bit at the bottom under the slightest bit of hint will rush to the top because, well, it gets looser, so of course it will. And then you end up with a big knot and hating your life. And so, to me, those bobbins are less desirable. To the point, I almost don't see how other people could like them. Now, I actually quite like big, chunky things. I am a big, chunky person. I am not a delicate kind of girl, right? And, you know, again, might seem slightly odd given that I'm making lace and everything else. But, you know, I quite like my big, chunky bobbins. I haven't got them to hand, but they are similar in shape to this, but more accentuated. So, here, the top is a big, flat, round circle. This is a big, flat, round circle. This gets thinner, but this bit's far more bulbous. So they are really good in the hand. And I like how they feel, and they work exceptionally well on a bolster pillow. Waiting for ads. have got in there, shouldn't I? Awesome. But as you said, Guzzy Sue, is that a lot of it is also preference. I like big chunky things. I hate spangles, as we all know. And as a reminder, here is my Antichrist of the world, the spangle on the end of a bobbin, because they move, because they catch on everything, because they just get on my nerves. So I hate those. I am also not a fan of, she says getting one, the Honiton toothpick. I call it a toothpick because, for example, if I show you one next to the big plastic one, it's tiny. It weighs nothing. From a trying to get maximum number of bobbins on a cushion point of view, yeah, you could get loads. But they tangle. Oh my God. I did the first square I made with them because I thought, well, there's going to be quite a few. Using the small bobbins would be great. I was so wrong. I absolutely hated, by the end of it, I hated those bobbins. Just because, in the end, the only way to keep them from doing their thing was that every pair of them got a little elastic band around it, so you fold the elastic band over twice like that, so you have, folded it in half so it's a bit smaller, and you zap those round because then it joins the two bobbins together to keep them flat, and then, at least if nothing else, you're moving pairs of bobbins. You're not trying to extract one bobbin out from amongst, 20,000 other bobbins. And, well, but then it meant all I was doing all day was taking elastic bands off and putting elastic bands on. It added an awful lot of time and stress to the making of the square. And so again, it's that annoyed me. Now, as you know, rolling bobbins and bobbins that won't stay where I put them do annoy me in general. So spangles should be a good thing. But they're not for me. For when I do my cloth stitch thing, they all tangle, and often as I was putting the bobbin down, the spangle would nip underneath and put it at a funny angle. And my brain would say that went wrong and didn't like it. And so I didn't get on with it. But again, lots of people use them and enjoy them. And kudos to them. This is why there are so many different varieties of bobbins, and why you need to poke about and find the ones that you feel comfortable with. it's you know, it's the same when you go checking mattresses. You can lie on like 5 different ones, and it's not that you couldn't go to sleep on them. Almost certainly you could. But one of them will go, oh, that just feels good. And that's the one you buy. And you know, it's the right softness and hardness and firmness and everything else that you just want it. And you know, it's the same with your favourite jacket, it's your gloves, you know, it just fits right, it sits right, or it feels right. And bobbins have the same. It is, but at the same time, as a general rule for actual Honiton lace, you don't need that many of them. I mean, you need a reasonable few, but you don't need, you know, for example, you wouldn't generally, out of Honiton lace and obviously, you know, size, hair, thread, you wouldn't go about your neck curtain as a rule, right? Honiton lace is much more almost applique logo sized objects as a rule. It seems to be for tiny little things using tiny little threads, so tiny little bobbins do indeed make a lot more sense. But for bigger items, such as I inevitably will be doing bigger items, I needed something with a little bit more chunk to it. And the thing that called to me about those new bobbins was the fact that as part of the description, it said weighty. And I will definitely... Exactly. But at the same time, they're not designed, because realistically all the bobbins are there for is to hold the thread and so you can move it around. Well, you could arguably do that with, you know, I don't know, the thread bobbins. You could almost use the bobbin that it comes on, the big chunky round ones, you know. Haven't got one to hand, but well, I have, but it's over there and under something, so I don't want to cause a cascade failure over there. But you know, having, you know, much like what the travelling tatter explained about tatting, that the shuttle that they use is purely there to hold thread and to help you move it around. It itself does not actually do anything. And in lace making, the bobbin itself does not really do anything. All it does is hold your thread and allow you to move it around. So, in principle, you should be able to do anything you like with it. But, like you've said, is that it was truly designed for making small items with tiny threads. And it's good for that. It's not really good for bigger things. Now, if you're using tiny thin threads, maybe, but for me it's still too small. One of the things that, for example, Miko mentioned earlier. Well, yes and no, because I would argue that on, so for example, a flat pillow, the weight of the bobbin is irrelevant, because at no point is the bobbin's weight necessarily on the thread. If you're on a bolster pillow or a rounded pillow, yes, it is. And so these could all weigh a kilo for all that matters, because they're not pulling on the thread. And it's, as you say, some of it depends on what you're making. So if I was using a bolster cushion, I'm not convinced that those new bobbins would be the best choice. But a bit of weight is good, but too much weight would just break all the threads almost certainly. Or at least make them very prone to breakage, because they would already be under strain. On a flat pillow, they can weigh as much or as little as you like. But I find that if they don't weigh enough, they kind of roll around and generally get on your nerves. So you want a bit of weight to them. So hence I quite like these, because they are skinny-ish, but not too skinny. In the, you know, obviously compared to a Midlands bobbin. In fact, let me grab one. Because the beaded ones are the same size, they've just got a few more nooks and bobbles on. So the normal bobbins are, this part would be smooth. That's the only real difference. If I grab my Midlands bobbin, you'll see what I mean by the steroid version. So for scale, the Midlands bobbin is smaller and skinnier, This is just a bit bigger, a little bit chunkier, but basically it is not unsimilar to a Midlands bobbin. It's just I happen to buy the 13cm ones, not the 10cm ones. But you know, I quite like the slightly bigger one, and because I have big hands, I like the weight of them because they've got a bit of weight to them, but it's not an unnecessary amount of weight. I mean, I've got a couple of brass Midlands ones, but they are super heavy, and you know, they're almost special occasion bobbins, they are. But it is that, you know, each thing, it's like your favourite screwdriver, your favourite kitchen hob, your favourite saucepan. We've all kind of got these things. And sometimes there isn't a lot of reason to it. Sometimes there is good reason to it. But for me, you know, the quest for the perfect bobbin, I won't say it continues. I really like the idea of the German hooded bobbins, but I also think that that's definitely got to be a bolster pillow thing. It's not a flat cushion thing, because the covers would come off and that would be annoying. So from that point of view, they're not suitable for this, so I haven't got any. But I do think that from a bolster cushion point of view, they're really sensible because they stop the thread being exposed to the air and the you know, your hands and all of that, and so it keeps the thread cleaner, and of course you can't see it building up a big pile of hate for you later, but you know, I see purpose and joy in them, and I imagine that being two parts, there's a reasonable amount of weight to them as well, even though they're not necessarily heavy per se. The fact that there is it's a fairly skinny, but a skinnier spindle with a couple of blobbles on the end to support the that's right, my brain had a fart then. But, you know, I can see that they have purpose, and I imagine they'd be really quite nice. But, once again, because there's two parts to it that makes them more expensive, and, well, I don't need them. I've got bobbins that I really, really like for that kind of purpose, and I might like them, but what if I don't? You know, this is half the problem with an awful lot of things, is often, you know, I mean, we've all driven a car, and some cars just work for you. I'm not saying that you can't drive any other cars, but some cars, you get in and you feel at home. Awesome! Good for you. Are you attracting any attention? Where's my pokey thing gone? Oh, thank you for the follow, Knit and Kitten Graphs. Oops, just dropped something. Steering's good. Steering can be good. You're far more peoply than I am. You know, I could go down the local castle. There are a few of us around. There are definitely a few of us around. I don't know if Silver Dragon is still streaming. He often makes lace. In fact, he predominantly makes lace. He does occasionally do other things, of course. There are a few of us on Twitch, but it is always nice to find a fellow person. Of course, I will say to you now, please don't judge. There are many things which I am sure are hideous sins in the eyes of many, and I make mistakes. I openly admit I make mistakes. I make lots of those. I will explain that I am keeping the pins in because I have found that previously on squares, what would happen was I would say leave 3 rows of pins as I turn the corner on the previous side. I would then make this side. I got to the end of my last square, really quite proud of how well I'd done, and at the halfway point, so what would have been here, I really like bucks, and I made just before Christmas, frankly, the best thing in the entire universe that I've ever made. Hang on, let me go get it. I can share it with you as you're doing bucks. You enjoy this. Hang on. So, I made this just before Christmas, and I am deathly proud of it. Let me get a dark cloth for it to sit on so you can see it properly. Yep. Fold this in half for a bit of... Right, so let me have a dark background for you so you get a good view. I made this. She says trying to put it somewhere flat. And I was very proud of this. Yes, there are mistakes in it. There's plenty of them. But I really enjoyed that. That was the second thing I ever made in bucks, so I really enjoyed that. I'm technically not a new lace maker because I did it when I was a kid, but I made like... That's cool. It is very pretty, and originally I was going to give it away for Christmas. And much as I am not a lace girl, I make lace, and yet I don't want it. Don't ask. Just I'm used to my brain by now. So, but I really like this, and so I did not want to part with it, so I didn't. Originally, though, I was going to give it away as a Christmas present. The one thing I really like about bucks, it's stretchy. So I really like that about bucks. Is that it's stretchy. I mean, not ridiculously stretchy, but it is stretchy. Let me put this back. So yeah, I think, going back to our conversation, the problem with an awful lot of things is you have to find the one and the bit that kind of works for you. And for me, I am not a dainty girl. I'm not a lace girl, frankly. But this neck curtain was the only thing I could think of that I would even use. Which is kind of sad, really. To think that, I want to make loads of things, but I have no use for them afterwards. Which I think is why when it comes to knitting and crochet and stuff, my default reaction is to make a blanket. Because, well, you can always use a blanket. And being the queen of cold, I definitely can always use a blanket. So yeah, back to why I'm pushing the pins in, is that I got to here, and then what I found is despite leaving 3 rows of pins, I did this row, got to the end, didn't think too much of it, and then discovered it had completely smashed down one of my rows ground. So we're trying this time round, leaving the pins in permanently, but I'm pushing them down because A, threads love to catch on pins, B, you can only really see what's going on once you push the pins down. So I almost won't know if I've made any mistakes until the end, which is a bad thing, frankly. Some of the mistakes I'm aware I can see I've done if they're really big, but as a whole, no. I mean, you can see the difference. If I push the pins down, this looks white. If I don't, you have a much stronger grey hue over the top, and it makes it harder to see. And I don't actually see the lace at all. I can really see is pins with a hint of something at the bottom. So mistakes are really hard to spot when the pins are in. So getting the pins out is a good thing, but pushing the pins down is also nearly as good. Although, in true traditional form, the best way to find your mistakes is to take a photograph and put it on the internet. And the moment it finishes posting, the errors go, well, there's one there, and you go, I tried really hard. And then you look closely at your work, and sure enough, they are there. But until then, they were invisible. Such is the way of crafting and the internet. So let's put you around the corner. You've caught on a pin. And you've caught on a pin. There we go. I don't know what it is about lace threads, and I don't know whether you guys feel the same about some of yours, but sometimes it's not that you can't see them, but sometimes picking them up or telling which way they're crossed, it's almost like you've got those pretend beer goggles on, and it's almost like I can't find where to grab it. I can't seem to see if there's a thread and it's crossed. So for example here, I cannot tell from here, bear in mind obviously I'm sitting like, a foot and a half away, whether that is this one needs to go that way or this one goes that way. And the only way to do it is to try it and see. And I can't see which way they've crossed without kind of poking them. I mean, obviously, if they cross like this, I can often see because it's one cross and one thread, and I can sometimes see that the thread goes over the top, but not always. If they're crossed, kind of like this, and it's both threads are close together, I just can't see it. And I'm old. Well, I'm not that old, but I know I've got older eyesight in that I need varifocals. Bite me, hate that. But at the same time, I just almost can't see it. And it's the same with the pins. When I'm pressing the pins down, I can't tell where the top of the pin is because all it is grey and shiny. There's just a sea of grey and shiny. And occasionally, I can see the little heads because there's a bit of a gap between it. But at the right angle, there's just one head, because of the angle of achievement. So I do struggle sometimes. And I don't know whether it is because I'm getting old and I just, need to face that, or whether it is just fundamentally annoyingly difficult. But you both missed me reading out the tube of glue that was quite funny. With its original, it's obviously a direct translation of something, because that is hysterical. You're out. We don't need you. 1, 2, 3. Four. And you're getting longer. I can feel it. And now we need you. And I saw you just do that. I watched you. move you that way a bit. So I can push you that way a bit. There we go. You. You're just getting longer again. Will you quit it? I saw that. You did that deliberately. Naughty bobbins. You. 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 In a hurry? I want you. It says glaring because it looked funny briefly. But only briefly, thankfully. We need you. And we need you. I need to sort you out because you've been playing around with the pins again. Oh, you're all jumbled. And I see. Get you out of there. You out of there. Right. We don't need you for a minute. Or you. Or you. Or you. You can kind of go over there and have a nap. Right. You all need twisting because you all need twisting. If I do that now, I will be less likely to forget later. You a bit closer because you're getting annoying while reaching all the way over there for it. That doesn't look right. Maybe it's just tension. Yeah, it's just tension. That's alright then. Because you are just coming undone, that's part of the reason. So, Gazzy Sue, if you're still there, what are you making while you're sitting in your castle? What are you making while sitting in your castle? That sounds pretty. There was a video I saw of a lady at kind of a lace meetup event who, for want of a better word, was making chainmail out of lace. You didn't get a good enough look at it, but it really had... It was made out of kind of 4 bobbin plaits that kind of seemed to curve round and kind of meet together in like an almond shape but interlink. And so, to be honest, I was fascinated by that. But like everything, because it was a video someone took at a lace meetup, they were not the person in the video, and very cheap project, awesome. One of the things that I would really like to find is a slightly bigger hedgie. A lace maker's pin cushion, because they got holes in the bottom so you can stab through them. The only thing I can think of is buying a coaster, or say a wooden coaster, and drilling a hole in the middle so I can attach it, and making my own pin cushion to go on top. Because hedgie, I mean, it takes me a really long time to put all the pins in hedgie, but you know, he's already nearly half empty. He doesn't hold actually that many pins, and for a lace making point of view, it's not enough. From an everything else point of view, more than plenty. You know, if you were a dressmaker, or you know, chances are you wouldn't even use a third of the pins that I've put in hedgie, you know, even making something as complicated as a wedding dress. So it's kind of frustrating, because I kind of need him to be slightly bigger. I mean, I don't want him to be a lot bigger, just slightly bigger. So I don't know. But lace makers' pincushions just seem to be rare as hen's teeth. I did see a couple on eBay a little while ago, but somehow I missed them. I think she must have removed them from listing, because they had a couple of days to go and they seemed to disappear, which was very disappointing, because I would have bought that. And it's a very difficult thing to search for as well on the internet, because of course, lace making pincushion, you get all the crappy pincushions you don't want, and some stuff about lace making, and not one of them is a lace maker's pincushion. So yeah, you can't really go up there because you're a little bit Hello! Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the joys of bobbin lace. Or not, as the case may be. It depends on how well the day is going, let's be honest. So far we're not doing too bad. So far today is not a bad day. If you do any crafting, we'd love to hear about it. You do not have to be a lace maker to be here and be appreciated by us. We appreciate all crafts around here. And if you've got any questions, do feel free to ask. I understand that. I always previously described myself as having my hobbies were wool-related activities. I did do a little bit of lace making when I was a kid. I made, you know, a couple of strips that were probably not much wider than the gap between the bits of elastic. I made about 3 of those, and then kind of my mother did not encourage me to keep going, so I didn't. Not because I wanted to give up, but because I needed kind of like permission for the bits and to use like her scissors. And, you know, if she's not in the mood, I didn't get to be in the mood. So that was kind of it for when I was a kid. And then last year I woke up and kind of my brain went, hey Liz, I want to do this. And I'm like, oh, where did that come from? And so here I am. So I am not the most experienced lace maker in the world. However, I do have weaving looms, many knitting needles, a lot of crochet hooks, a number of spinning wheels, and so I enjoy crafting the old-fashioned way, is how I like to think of it, is that I tend to do the crafts that many these days would not. Because if it's got electronics in it, I'm almost not up for it. You see, this is it. Most of us do more than one hobby because, well, you can. To be fair, when I was a kid, I know that certainly in my school, kids were taught to sew, and my mother came in and taught the class to make little squares so that they could join them all together and send them off to, you know, a foreign country of lesser happiness. However, in more modern days, I am very aware that most people under 30 in the UK do not know how to sew, do not know how to knit, do not know even how to put a button on. You know, they literally almost don't know how to thread a needle. And I find it really quite scary because I used to do karate, and when you got your karate gi, you had to sew on a little round patch. Now, the patches were a bit smaller than that around, and no one actually gave a toss how you attached it to your gi. Now, a few people glued them. Okay, bit strange, but okay, a few people glued them. So many people could not attach one bit of cloth to another bit of cloth going uppy downy with a needle. They didn't know where to start. They literally had no clue. I mean, all they had to do was tack it on. It's not like it had stress, right? It's not like you were going to be swinging from the chandeliers with it. Yet most of them could not attach it. Now, of course, I know how to sew. I attached it absolutely invisibly because, well, duh. But you're sitting there going, you don't even have to, you know, all you have to do is have a piece of thread and go round the edge, because the edge of the cloth, the edge of the badges were done in like blanket stitch with a black cloth, with a black thread rather. And so you could do it in black or white because the gi was white. If you did it in black, obviously you'd need to keep it close to the thing. If you did it in white, you would want to avoid, you know, you could just catch the black stitches underneath. Choice was yours. They did not know. I sewed on for so many other people badges. And and I got told off for it. I used to run a class, and the area manager back then was a funny bloke, but he came along, and he came along in one class, and he arrived during the break, and I was sewing some kid's badge on. And he said, "You can't do that." And I said, "Well, why not?" And he went, "Well, because they'll expect it." And I went, "But they don't know how to. You're in a poor area with low education. You've got people who just do not have an understanding of how on earth that is supposed to attach to that. So, because you insist that they must have one for grading, I am sewing it on so that they can have their grading. Because they're good enough for that, they just don't know how to attach a badge to a gi." Because you did have to do it at a slight angle because of the way gis are designed. So you had to kind of mark where you were going to place it and the angle it needed to be by having the gi on, slapping the badge on, and then starting there. And he was appalled that I was doing this for other people. "Why would you do that?" "Well, because I'm not horrible. Because they don't know how and I do. And I can do a couple of badges per break. And my whole class is 20 people. So in 10 weeks' time, they'll all have badges on." And he was furious that I'd done this for them. And it's like, well, you won't let them progress in karate without it, but they don't know how. And I'm sorry, but I'm not here to give them a sewing lesson. Well, that sounds good. Wow, nice. By the way, if you have pictures and you want to post pictures, you can post links to pictures. Obviously, if the pictures turn out to be inappropriate for some reason, I would remove them. But I trust you all to be sensible initially, and you can post some pictures to share your work if you would like. Sharing is a good thing. After all, you're getting to watch me. Yeah, I mean, I much as I was saying about how bobbins, you've got to find the bobbin that suits you, and you've got to find, and it's the same with spinning wheels. Technically, they do the same job pretty much, but one you get on better with than another one. It just kind of fits with your personality and how you spin. And although you think you spin just like everybody else, the tiny nuances all add up, and some wheels work better for you than others. And it's not that you can't spin on another wheel, but you feel more at home on some wheels than others. And I found that although really expensive posh yarns are a beautiful thing to behold, I actually found that one of the cheapest wools that you can buy on, I think it's not Wool Warehouse, but one of the places I get my fibre from, I like Eida, and I can't explain why, because it's kind of the cheapest, which usually means it's one of the spiky, prickly ones. But I love it. Absolutely love it. It just suits me. And so I'm really pleased, because obviously it means I've got cheap tastes for a change. Because, that's not normally a thing. I mean, to be fair, the new bobbins that I just bought, while I bought them because they're heavy and I like the idea of my heavy bobbins, right? To look at, I'd have given a body part for them all to be ebony, but I'd have needed to, because 150 bobbins in this heavy wood is like £74 something, right? 150 in ebony is £234, Well, now you're getting a bit much, you know? So if I'd wanted to buy 750 of those, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not spending 1,500 quid on bobbins. I mean, you know, they'll last and I love them, but, you know, it's a lot of money for bobbins. And as I've mentioned a few times, I tend to have a rule of £1 per bobbin maximum, just because, much as I like it, it's too expensive really to justify expensive bobbins unless there is something truly spectacular about them. It's quite unusual because normally when you have people who have a spinning wheel, say for example in a summer cabin, they're often decorative ones and actually not functional. So it's really cool that it was actually a real one because, as I say, normally they look real unless you actually spin and realise that it can't work. So I'm really pleased for you. I've got, I think it's 11 spinning wheels. They're not all here, I need to point out. They're in storage. But I've actually got what I tried the Ashford electronic one and I didn't really get on with it. But I bought the little EW Nano and I quite like that. That's quite a fun little thing because you can take that places. I like that. But I've got the wheel I use the most is my Spinolutions Mach 3. I've also got an Ashford Elizabeth 2, which I dearly love. I've got a couple of Ashford traditionals. Don't ask why I've got more than one. I've got yeah. Well, that's always a bonus. I mean, I and that's the thing. We all like different aspects of different things, and choice is very much the thing. I've also got a Golding spinning wheel. You know, the ones that cost like 3 billion quid. Now they are beautiful, and they spin beautifully, but I I got on with my Mach 3 better in terms of general spinning. If I was to be, I don't know, for the sake of the argument, say I was going to be making my own thread for making lace, I would probably get the Golding out because it does incredibly fine lace level kind of stuff well, and I would probably do fine with it. But for general spinning, for making bulk, for want of a better word, I would definitely much rather have my Mach 3 because it's got magnetic connectors. And I just because it's got two fronts that you can have in it, so one with the usual orifice and one with a hook. I find I get on better with the hook. So again, if you need to take your work off for some reason, you pull the hook off, you slide your bobbin off, you put it down over there, you put the next one on that you wanted to do briefly of something else. So for the sake of the argument, someone's gone, I know you're making yarn for a jumper, but can I have a ball, not that people do, but I could suddenly decide to do a ball of red in the middle by just swapping the bobbins out and getting on with it. And so I really liked that aspect of it. Whereas obviously with most spinning wheels, if it's through an orifice, technically you need to put it through the orifice. You don't have to do that. I can literally just pick it out, put it down. And I quite like that. It's also chunky, which is very me. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, double flyers were very common back in the day because two people would use the same wheel. It is less common to see them still, which is kind of a shame, to be honest. That doesn't look right. I think it is. I just think it's because it's the corner. But yeah, I mean, I've always been torn, especially with crafting things, is people painting and staining their equipment, because depending on what the equipment is, staining it can rub off on what you're doing. Okay. That's slightly more common. I mean, I've got fast, slow, and jumbo, and for a number of my wheels, so I don't feel that's as uncommon. I mean, it's still, it is a more modern concept, I think, to an extent. But yeah, as you say, I think. But back to what I was saying is I know that for some things, staining can be a problem. So, for example, I do tablet weaving, and I bought some beautiful tablets. They were glorious. They are glorious. But what I hadn't realised was that the person had stained them using a coloured wax. So there was me. I put my lovely project on it, which was some white cotton thread. Yes, paint and varnish and so on can really screw a number of things up, which is why, generally they didn't come that way. Ashford stuff comes with like a plastic coated varnishy type finish, which I kind of like the feel of it, but at the same time, should something go wrong with it, there's not a lot you can do about it. So if you need to replace a part, if you need to touch up a part because it's got a scratch on it, you almost can't. And I've, as I was saying, these little tablets I got, because they had used a wax, even though they didn't feel waxy to the hand, they just looked wooden and felt wooden, so it wasn't a thick layer of wax or anything. I got most of the way through I got part of the way through and then realised that the colour was coming off on my thread, and it was almost a nicotine yellow colour that was coming off. It was horrendous. Absolutely spoilt the whole project. And I was kind of disappointed because I hadn't realised that they were staining the tablets. It didn't say that they were stained. I assumed it was the colour of the wood that they got. And lots of people say, oh, you can stain and paint your spinning wheels and your weaving looms and all the rest of it. And it's like, I've had bad experience. I kind of don't want to, because I want it to come. I want stuff to come out the colour that I want it. Put it in as almost. So yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, some people do some beautiful jobs painting them and they look glorious, but I kind of worry about because some of the tolerances and things are quite small, the paint can get in the way, and I would worry about that. I'd also worry about it rubbing off, because, well, after all that effort to paint it, you don't want it coming off. Which then means you probably ended up putting some form of varnish on it, which then means you've now got extra thickness, which then, it's catch-22. It's... Of course, one of the advantages of having older wheels is whether the wheel was, as long as it was coloured back then, chances are any chance of it coming off or, being a problem have probably been resolved by now because, well, you know, that was then and this is now. So that can always be an advantage as well. Is that maybe it did happen at the time, but it's now meta status quo where it won't come off anymore. These bobbins are too long. I need to roll them up. Hang on. Snoring, that's the dog. You're done. Which means I can push all of you down. Give you a bit of help with the finger. Because the finger's far better at mass pin pushing. Because as I mentioned earlier, my eyesight's terrible, so I can feel better than I can see, so I can push down pins like that. That's an art. That is distinctly an art. That's seriously impressive, actually. Because linen does take more concentration and effort and all the rest of it at the best of times. Yeah. This is why I try and do all my bobbins in advance. But then they tangle. Well, frankly, if he can spin linen and do two at the same time, damn tootin' he's the guy to learn from. Because that's an art. I mean, I knew a bell ringer. So, for example, I used to be a campanologist, but I knew a bell ringer who could ring two bells at once. And not just ring two bells at once. He used to be able to do complex patterns, because bell ringing, occasionally they stand there and they say, like, you two swap, and you do, right? That's called calling changes. Other times they have predetermined patterns, so much like everybody else in the world, we have things like Granshire and Stedman, and they're all named patterns, right? And he could do named patterns. Well, I recognise that. One thing I am seeing gaining in popularity, not that I'm saying you should try it, is right here, right now, is the using of a fatter thread, like a gimp thread almost. Well, I did try. Now, I'm fairly ambidextrous, I really am. But I struggled. Tablet weaving, to be fair, is really not that hard. And, you know, all due respect to tablet weavers out in the world, it isn't that hard. I guess in a way it's a little like lace making isn't hard. The principle of it isn't hard. Getting it right is harder than it sounds. Or it's harder than you'd think it should be. So from a... So you appreciate that it is the... It's technically not hard because, you know, once you've threaded your thing, you either turn it forwards or backwards. You know, put your thing through the hole. I mean, you know, doing it right can be a little bit harder. But if you've got a fairly short pattern, inevitably you end up memorising it, right? So from that point of view, it's really not that bad. I really like how tablet weaving straps come out. Now, this was standard inkle weaving. It's the only one I've got to hand. So this was standard inkle weaving. And I don't hate how it feels, but I just like how smooth the tablet weaving stuff comes out. Because, of course, you're effectively plying the threads together as you go, but in a kind of almost bell-ringing, complicated ins and outs and backwards and forwards kind of manner, but not, if you know what I mean. Because, obviously, realistically, you're making columns of however many threads you put through the holes, so 2 to 4 kind of deal usually, and twisting them about themselves. So effectively you're making a load of plied threads together and then keeping them parallel and joined together with your weft thread. I mean, that's all really tablet weaving is. But I really like it. It's not something I think you could do well as a stream. It's a bit like, for me, because, I mean, to me, I don't know how I would set up a camera to do a bolster pillow, because, of course, a bolster pillow being round, the work's here on the front, but I'm in the way for a camera to be visible from the front, so unless I wore like a GoPro on my chest, I almost don't see how I could do it. And as I found out, GoPros don't web stream at 4K, they only do 720 and it looks pants. So, hence, this is a top-down camera, because this is the best angle I can give you. I mean, I can give you a crappier angle from the back, but then you can't see what I'm doing. So, you know, I really struggled with a camera setup for lace making initially. Oh, so do I. I really enjoy a good pickup pattern. I prefer the feel of the result. They feel softer. Even when they're not soft, and they're not, and and they're really strong, I really enjoy the softer feel of a tablet woven band. So I kind of like those. And considering that nearly all pickup patterns you could do with tablets by doing double, the double faced stuff, that really wouldn't be that bad. So I would really kind of go for that, I think. And in fact, my brain's now going, hey, can we do that later? Brain, you've got lots of things you want to do. You can't be doing all of them. You've only got one pair of hands, one set of eyeballs, and basically no free tables to put it on. So no, frankly. Because now it's going, well, because I really like this pattern, which of course is very much like... I like twisted threads. Well, I like that. Yeah, I do like that. That's really pretty. Yeah, I really like that. But you see, one of the things I quite like about this pattern is that it's almost like lace making, but it's also Celtic knottish, which is, I am a very Celtic knot loving person, which is why when Naughty Celt's here, I envy actually what Naughty Celt does, because he does ropes. He makes stuff with ropes, and so he makes mats and lots of knots and beautiful things that way. And in a way, lace making is kind of Celtic knottish if you think about it, in that you have threads, you kind of twist them around a bit, and I would want to make this pattern with double-faced tablets, because it would feel glorious, right? I definitely think that I would want to do that. I quite like the idea of doing that. I mean, you can still do brocade with tablets, and so you can kind of fake similar kind of outcome. There's always options, right? There are always options. And so, I love how many hobbies. I mean, do you know the original reason I started doing tablet weaving and inkle weaving? I wanted to make edges for the blankets I've not yet made with my weaving loom. So, I started off with one thing and ended up very much with others. And, it's kind of how it goes in this house is that, Liz starts one thing and, oh, that would look really nice with a bit of from somewhere else. And it's so I can't see the tops of the pins to see which ones to be poking and which ones not. And change the angle of looking. I'm sure there's a pin about there. Push those down. So yeah, it is one of those things is that I think a lot of hobbies can join with other hobbies. So, for example, again, inkle weaving and cross stitch. Well, wouldn't the inkle weaving make some beautiful borders for your cross stitch? Or embroidery. Embroidering some of your handmade cloth from your weaving loom and maybe cross stitching on it to make a bit of a pretty pattern in the pretty picture in the corner, or to make an interesting tea towel, or and you're kind of sitting there going, and you've got 20,000 hobbies and your brain's going, can we get I mean, one of my current issues has been I kind of want a 3D printer and a wood lathe and a router and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, thank you. She says, making out that one. Yep. Of course, it's doing it for them. Yep. So let's try that again. There we go. I'm sure I used to be able to favourite this. My patterns. Used to. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I'm just trying to work out the I can copy the pattern. Why can't I favourite it? I'm sure I used to be. Oh, fine. There you go. Whatever. It's just annoying when you can't. Anyway. There you go. Thank you for that. No, I think like everything. I think crafting. Once you've kind of got a crafting bug and you want to make things, you then realise that, well, I could make that. Well, actually, if I put a bit more effort in, I could make that too. And, well, then I could make that. And then I could make that. And then I could make that. And, it's like... Have fun. Take care. One of the things that I find... So, for example, all the knitters around the world. Great, you knitted the jumper. But, well, you bought the yarn. If you made the yarn, well, then you really made it, didn't you? Because, well, you made all of it, not just you knitted it together. And it, for me, that's how it grows. That's where my kind of my want for crafting, joins the next one in the gang. Because, well, but if I do this, not only have I done the putting together, I made all the building blocks as well. Now, of course, it then means it takes 16 times longer, but, it's, well, I very much did that. And the more of that I did, the more proud I am of my final outcome. And as you say, if you spin the yarn, well, you very much made that. That's not I knitted that, I crocheted that. It is very much I actually made that. I made the yarn, I did the thing, it is all me, thank you very much. And I to me, my parents were never proud of anything I did. Never. Not once. in fact, people being proud of what I did is not something I've ever really experienced. So I don't handle praise very well because I don't know what to do with it. And so for me, the only pride and joy I've had is that which I have given myself. And, you know, I don't hate people for it. I really don't. You know, it's the way it worked. But I feel far more proud of something. So, for example, if I knit a jumper and I bought the yarn, I'm pleased I knitted a jumper. If I spun the yarn and knitted the jumper, I'm proud of myself because, you know, I started with dead sheep kind of thing. I know it's not a dead sheep, but it's what my ex-husband used to call it. And it, to be honest, if you've got a fleece in the garage kind of hung over something, it does look like you've got a dead sheep in there. So I do get it. So you start off with your dead sheep, you wash it, or you don't, as the case may be. You spin it, you make the wool out of it, then you probably wash it, then you knit it, it is all you. And especially if you then made the pattern, well, that's really all you. And the more you there is in it, the more pride that you should feel for your achievement. Now, this does not belittle the efforts of those who can't stroke dote, because it really isn't. But I think internally, the more you had to do right to make the thing that you're holding, there is more, you know, if all you had to do was put an X on a piece of paper, right, that you don't really feel proud of that because, well, it's an X on a piece of paper. You can do that again in a millisecond, not a problem. The more time and effort you put into it, the more it is, every single part of it is down to how you did it. You made the yarn that fat, you made the yarn that thin, you made the yarn thick and thin and arty-farty, you dyed it the right colour, you dyed it multicoloured. You know, all of those efforts that you then put in to make it you should feel more proud of come the end of it. And yes, I mean, you know, hand-spun, hand-knit objects do have a habit of looking a bit more moth-eaten-y. You know, they certainly don't look, you know, commercial usually at the end of it, right? They are usually very distinctly hand done. But that's a good thing because it's unique. Now, I have a problem with words. Words are not my friends. But my ex-husband said this once. Now, what he meant and what he said were different. So, he said, homemade items are supposed to have mistakes in it. No, they're not. And instantly, my brain was upset because he was basically telling me, you know, you'll never do anything right, which is very my parents. You'll never do anything right, and it's bound to be wrong. It's going to be wrong. It's you know, and no. Yes, handmade items almost inevitably have mistakes in it. But it's not supposed to have mistakes in it. It's allowed to have mistakes in it. Because most of the time we do try to go back and fix them, you know. We don't deliberately go, oh, fuck that up and left it. We, you know, I mean, occasionally we do. If it's too far back and life's short and you'd hate yourself for the rest of your existence if you had to undo like 3 weeks worth of work because you've noticed a mistake, especially as only you will probably ever see it. It's an effort. It goes back to the effort versus reward at the beginning of the stream, right? Is that the effort to fix it almost certainly outweighs the joy of getting it right versus the minor mistake that no one in the world will notice except you. And, you know, I've made many mistakes on my lace over these streams. By the way, I think this is stream number 114, just out of interest. But it's, you know, sometimes I will nearly always go back. However, for example, let me get to the end of this row so I don't screw it up. If I spotted a mistake back here, I'm not going all the way back there to fix it. That would take me forever because I'd have to undo this bit and all of this bit, and I'm not going back that far. So if I spotted a mistake in it, I'd be annoyed because it shouldn't have a mistake in it, but it has a mistake in it shame, forgive myself, move on. And we had a discussion quite a few streams ago about accepting the mistakes that you make. Ooh. Oh, I like that. I do like that. That's beautifully even yarn. If it's any consolation, when I spin, I aim for it to look commercial, so that when someone goes, "Oh, where did you get the yarn?" and you go, "I made it," that they kind of go, "Oh, really? I would never have guessed." That's kind of my aim for all my handspun yarns. So I wish for it to be kind of, cellularly equal throughout the entire strand, and that does look beautifully even. Congratulations on that. I do like that. I do like that. And I think the problem is especially with spinning yarn, actually, spinning yarn is one of those hobbies for me where I find it very plausible to spin the pretty yarn and not actually use it because I'm too busy looking at the pretty yarn. Well, it is easier to use when you can kind of go, "Oh, that works out to say, I don't know, double knitting sized yarn. I can now take a double knitting sized yarn pattern and use it as the basis for a thing that I wish to make." If you have really artsy fartsy yarn where frankly it's the size of a truck and 2 hairs thin 3 inches later, it tends to make a very moth-eaten looking result. Now, moth-eaten results can be what you're after, it really can. But it's not what I want in my things. If I want a jumper or I want a blanket, I want it to be worn. I used to take part in a kind of surprise monthly dye thing. So the lady who did the dyeing would decide on a colourway for the month and send you out 1 or 2 skeins of a particular yarn. And she made one called English Country Garden. And basically it was a good deep grassy green for the majority with kind of spring flower speckled colours throughout. And I really enjoyed it. Now, the first piece of yarn I made for it, I didn't do as well as I could have done. Sweet. But I really ended up with, and I then kind of bought up all the spares that I could find from this particular colourway, with the intention of making something with it. I didn't. Now, we all have seen, I mean, everyone who's done yarn-related activities will have seen this. You buy a beautiful yarn, and as a skein stroke ball of yarn, it is a glorious thing to behold. But when you start making things with it, it doesn't look as pretty, doesn't come out as well, it doesn't pull right, it just makes it look messy, or it doesn't, the thing you're making doesn't fit well with the colour, or the colours don't seem to fit well with anything you're trying. And I think that can be really depressing because you've got this beautiful yarn and it is a thing to behold. You know, this thing should be on, in the Louvre in a little cabinet, right? But the moment you use it, it just looks nasty. It just looks cheap. It spoils it. And I found the same with this English Country Garden, is that I thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world. And I had in my mind this picture of glorious blanket of like summer meadow looking, and that's the thing, you've got to find exactly the right thing for it, because it, chances are, let's say it's multicoloured, if it hasn't got like flecks in it, it will pull. And if it pulls funny, it's going to look crap. So you can't have that. You can't do, you've got to find the right pattern so that it doesn't overload the pattern or the pattern doesn't take away from its prettiness. You have to find the perfect thing for it. And husbands, boyfriends, maybe even girlfriends and wives who are not party to this do not understand that you've bought, I know, a sweater's worth of yarn, and now it's not, you've worked out it's not going to work for what you bought it for. And it's a bit like the, airhead, in an American TV film that kind of goes shopping, comes back with, half a truckload of bags, and then claims they have nothing to wear. It's exactly that. You've got lots of pretty yarns, you've got lots of colours, and we discussed this the other day. When it comes to yarns especially, most of them have dye lots. So if you are looking to build a jumper, you need sufficient of that dye lot, that yarn, in a bulk. If you do not have enough, and generally you need more, yeah. I mean, you could do something along the lines of summer and winter and have it as your pattern thread. So it is not the predominance or the structurally integral part of the cloth or overshot or something, and have it as a pattern. Maybe. Then you need less of it, if you know what I mean. But as you say, it's difficult when you haven't got a phenomenal amount of it either. But I've just found that it's always so difficult. And, again, the partners don't really understand that, yes, I've got 9 balls of this wool in I know, a blue. But I need 10 to make a jumper out of it. So I cannot use the 9 that I've already got, because I cannot necessarily get another in that dye lot. So even if I exactly want that colour, it won't be exactly that colour. Almost certainly it'll be a hair different. I need to go and buy 10 more balls of wool. They don't get that. They struggle with that. But you've got 9. Just buy another one. Yeah, but it will stand out like a sore thumb. It might as well be pink. It's... Having an understanding partner is a great help when it comes to crafting. Now, I live alone, so I don't have anyone to whine about the fact that I bought 400 balls of wool that I'm not using this week, year, month, whatever, right? I have no one to complain that I've got a project on my weaving loom and I haven't touched it for a year. I've got no one to complain about the inkle looms that fill the fireplace. I've got no one to complain about the pile of bobbins on top of my crafting box. I've got no one to complain about my, the fact that I bought an expensive sewing machine and haven't used it for a bunch of months. Well, no, because I haven't finished any weaving projects for a bunch of months, so I haven't needed to sew anything for a bunch of months. But when I do, it's sitting there going ready, willing and able. And you see, that's the thing, it's not that you don't want to, but realistically, you cannot ever kind of make more of that. It is a one-off unique. Now, in terms of spinning, I'm sure you've seen this. When I started to spin, there was a craze. And I can't find the pictures no more, I don't think. Let me see if I can find a picture. Hang on. Just in case that, more pictures have arrived. Hang on. Because, I'm sure someone out there still does it. Images. Because the thing I saw scared the living bejesus out of me. And this is a traditional thing where the very precise search term just brings back 2 completely different subjects. Because I have searched for handspun yarn and doll's heads. Now, that sounds like a little bit kind of out there. Well, the answer was, it very much was. Let me see if I can find it with being more accurate. That'll do. That's close enough. That's close enough. This will do. Let me show you this. Those Barbie heads are not lying on the ball of wool. Okay? Those Barbie heads are in the wool. They are part of the wool. Now, this is not the exact one that I saw, because there were a lot more Barbie heads in the one I saw. But what in the name of mercy do you do with that? Exactly. What in the name of mercy do you do with that? And this is my problem with art yarns in general, is that I'm not going to deny there is a level of skill involved in incorporating Barbie heads into your yarn. But why? Right? I mean, I could incorporate dog turds. I've got quite a few of those. But I wouldn't do it because, well, they're dog turds. And the Barbie head thing, the art yarn thing, I have never truly understood an art yarn. Because, well, what do you do with it? And I went to the art yarn community and I cited them, well, not that picture, but the picture of the many, many more heads of Barbie involved in the yarn. And I said, I want to understand, because I don't make art yarn and I have not understood the wish to make art yarn, my autism kind of goes, don't see the point, it's a stupid thing to do, what a waste of good yarn. And I don't want to criticise what you do, I want to understand it. And I said to them, so, what would you do with that? Because you're clearly not going to fucking knit with it, are you? And do you know what they said? One lady came back with, well, I just wrap it round my head like a scarf. You fruitcake. I mean, just knit a scarf, love. I mean, why? And literally, she would make 15 odd metres of art yarn with shit dangling off it, and then just wrap it around her head. She had a picture of herself. And it was the ugliest frigging scarf I've ever... Well, because it wasn't a scarf, it was just this random lumpy bit of wool with things hanging off it. I will admit that there is a huge skill in achieving it. But why would you do it? And I've never got over the why, so I've never tried making it because, well, you know, I've got a really big bag full of hand-spun yarn that I've never used because, well, it's pretty and I like looking at it. But what in the name of mercy would I do then if I can't even be bothered to use the regularly spun, it's quite even and could easily be knitted stroke used for something yarn? If I can't bring myself to use that, I'm certainly never going to use something with freaking Barbie heads dangling off it. I mean, just no. Just no. And, I mean, I've had this problem for years, is that I get that something can be done. I mean, for example, I am not the skinniest lady in the history of the world. I am not a my 600-pound lifer, which I do have a horrible habit of watching. And I'm still reeling a little from an episode that I watched yesterday. The guy on it... Now, I need you to picture this, and I will do a little bit of cross... kind of labelling for other people. The guy in it, obviously American, because my 600-pound life is American. He originally started at the beginning of his journey at over 1,000 pounds in weight. Okay? That's over 50 stone in UK money, right? He lost some weight and he got down to like 400 and something. Maybe it put off some of the weirdos who ring, but this guy got down to about 468 pound, and everyone was dead pleased of him, and he was doing really well. And in a 2-month period, gained 188 pounds. Okay, that's nearly 10. That's like 9 stone. Okay, think about that. He gained 9 stone, 188 pounds, in 2 months. It also cost him £9,000. And we all kind of went, ah, as he, kind of dropped that bombshell. Later in the episode, after being read the riot act for not, losing enough weight and for going in the wrong direction, as Dr. Now inevitably does. That's right, I forgot to add a pair, didn't I? Because I'm a bozo. He went away a bit, and in a 2-month period, he gained 277 pounds. Calculation in progress. That's the best part of 14.5, nearly 15 stone. Okay. In 2 months. That's basically what I weigh. He gained my entire fatness, because, by Dr. standards, I'm definitely fat, in 2 months. And his words were, I don't know how. If I ate a pure diet of Snickers, and I could do a lot of damage to a lot of Snickers, I'm not sure I could achieve gaining 270 something pound in a 2-month period. You will not be too surprised to hear that it killed him. 277 pound. Well, this is why I did pounds and stone, right? Because people who deal with stones kind of struggle with converting pounds. But some people can do pounds to kilos. So, that's whatever way you dress it. 277 pound is more than a normal human being is supposed to weigh. 277 pound human is fat already, right? Sorry, but even if you're 6'3", 277 pound is a bit much, right? So to gain an entire fat person in 2 months, that is impressive amount of food for someone who didn't have a job. How are you funding that, dude? I mean, how can you eat that much? I mean, even if you sit still and don't do anything, that is still a rather epic amount of food to be piling on. It's just... And as I say, it is not too surprising to hear that someone who managed to gain that kind of quantity of weight in such a short period of time, without medical reason for it, more to the point. Well, ditto, frankly. As I said, it is kind of how much I weigh, and I am definitely on the fat side. Basically, he gained you or me in a 2-month period. The strain on your body has got to be phenomenal. Now, I will say that Dr. Now's diet, when he gets people to lose like £100 in a month, in a couple of months, I do wonder sometimes if, considering their weight, it is a lot easier for them to lose that kind of weight, but it's still a lot of weight to lose. It is a heckin' lot. I mean, there is no way to address that other than that is a heck of a lot of weight to gain just by eating food. As I said, if he had some serious underlying weight condition, medical condition that meant that, he's retaining water, that, thank you, Net Kisser. It is one of those kind of, there is no way to dress that up than that is a heck of a lot of food that you consumed, my good friend. And it's, I can't, unless you sat there, as I say, eating Snickers morning, noon and night, I almost can't see how you can, you know, I mean, I have a big appetite or I wouldn't be fat, but that is a lot of food. That is just a lot. And so, yeah, you know, it, you got to try hard for that one. So yes, Netkisser, if you have questions and stuff, feel free to ask. You know, we go off topic quite a bit here, so but you know, feel free to bring us back to the real world with you know, actual questions or anything, or just lurking's cool too. So, but I do enjoy a conversation. It's much easier for me to keep going with my lace when I'm having a conversation. I find it easier to stream with someone to talk to because it, you know, well, it proves there's someone actually listening and it's worth it. So I do appreciate the. Then you will be welcome and at home here because although I'm not ADHD specifically, I'm autistic and I have a number of ADHD traits. So I have the attention span of a squirrel. I have no patience. People always go, "Oh, you've got to have so much patience to do this." No. Watch me and find out. No, I don't. I call myself names. I swear at myself. Because, you know, it's a stupid mistake and, you know, I shouldn't have done it and all those kind of things. And, yeah, no, I do not have patience. I have stubbornness, but I do not have patience. They are very different. For I can be in a real mood with it. So, you know. Back we go. It is definitely a thing. So, yes. But if you have any questions, I'll do my best. I may not know the answers, but I can try. I just like having people to talk to. I think that's the thing. I think if I lived alone... Oh, sorry, if I didn't live alone, rather. If I didn't live alone and I had someone living with me, I would probably get far more of my crafting done because I'd have someone to talk to while I did it. It's almost like my hands don't work if my mouth isn't. That's okay. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock and I haven't eaten yet, and I definitely could fill a hole, but I definitely know how that goes. I will stop for a main evening meal and a bit of a break, and I'm hoping to do another stream later tonight, and I do mean later tonight, so that some more of my people more American-y side of the pond can, you know, I won't say in the evening, but at least later afternoon rather than early morning kind of deal. Join in the fun. So that's my plan for today, to try and make up for the short streams I did this week, which I do feel guilty about. But at the same time, I also knew that if I did anything, it would just either all be wrong, and I'd end up undoing it all, and that would make me moody, and then I wouldn't want to do more of it. Because we all know that can be a problem. Because you can be really against yourself for screwing it up and having to undo it all. Because it is soul destroying to undo it all. Whatever craft you do. If it took you hours to do, you don't really want to spend hours undoing it and redoing it. Hello! So for people like Jamie, I want to try and do a later stream so that they can, you know, almost like the while eating evening tea kind of thing. So obviously I won't be able to do that for everybody. So yeah, I am planning to do a later one today just because I did such a shitty job during the week. This feels a bit much. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's not. again. So how's Jamie today? Ooh. Ooh. Sounds like a good plan. Need to move my butt a bit because sitting on the edge of the couch makes my bum get to sleep a little bit. Oh, eep. Get some blood back through my legs. That would be nice. Drink a bit of liquid. I've been definitely slacking today. Normally I run out of drink. I've managed to drink about an inch of my drink today, so definitely not been drinking enough. I'm definitely going to have to put out. Definitely going to have to put a picture of this out and type out the words for people so that they can share in the joy of the direct translation that must have occurred to perform this miracle of the English language. Because I have no frigging idea what they're talking about, and I know how to use glue. Did you know you had to sand some of your cloth? For those who missed it earlier, there are a number of strange typings. So words in the middle of a row have got a dash in, and a number of words are joined together. So, for example, I will read it out again because it is just too good. This product has strong adhesive force. Let me just poke this right. High water resistance being one word, and aging resist ants. Melt with a capital M. Not yellow, soft, and other being one word. Characteristics. Fabric glue provides a superior bond on stubborn, porous, and non-porous substrates. Great for all fabrics: cotton, flannel, denim, leather, dull polyester, being one word, cloth, and lone pear, and other materials. Nylon being one, LONRE, so it's this is how it reads, really is. Application method. Pre-use, clean and sand the degum med part. Well, sorry, it is on 2 rows, but it doesn't have a dash. Let me rephrase that. Sand the degum part of the cloth. Spread the glue Eve nylon, which has a hyphen in it, both sides of the crack. Don't use too much being one word, glue to prevent the glue from overflowing. After applying glue, align the position and paste immediately, no dash, more than 20 seconds, comma, capital can be fixed with rubber bandsor clips, that is BANDSOR, it's not my imagination, for more than 24 hours. If it is a cold being one word, winter, the curing time will be longer. Please be patient. After using fabric glue, please be sure to wait, one word, 24 hours or more for the glue to fully cure, fully cure being one word, before using. The longer the curing time, again, kind of one word, the stronger the adhesive repair effect. Please wait patiently. Note, this is where it gets really funny. Possible stimulation to skiing and eyes. In case of contact with the skiing and eyes, please rinse with plenty of water. You think I'm lying. SKING. Skiing and lines. Or S-King and lies. Please use glue in a ventilated environment to avoid skin contact. Please keep the glue away from children and, it's very hard to say that as one word, fire sources, and store it in a cool place. This, and in case you think I'm lying, at the bottom, if you look at the green bit, that bottom line says nylon repair. It is just... it's cracking. I love it. They clearly didn't give it to an English speaker to vet the validity of what was being written, and we know roughly what they meant. Although I'm still not quite sure why you have to sand your cloth. But I've never had to sand cloth. Naughty cow, my dear friend, how are you? Did you have a good evening? And you are disgustingly late. It's 3.5 hours. Where have you been? Good. Is it now working? Or is it still, slightly incontinent? Awesome. You have done good, my friend. Thank you. Always a good plan. I can rely on AutoCalc to remind me how of my... See, even though I was actually looking at it, it didn't dawn on me. I was looking at a window of what you see. Let me turn off the advert thing, because it does that for some reason when I turn back over to this. So, hang on. That one. No, I need to investigated that one. No. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Go away, advertiser. We don't need you for now. This is not. We are not in adverts. Stop pretending that we are. For some reason, he likes turning it on. No worries. By the way, you all do not need my permission to have to run away. Life happens. Oh, we are in ad breaks. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't really matter which way down I go, does it? Let's go this way. Slide you round a bit more. You up a bit more. Like that. Right, that's it. Up like that. So bum. Not aided by the 20-something kilo dog sitting to the right of me, sitting in the better spot for me to sit. Bless him. I love him very much. This is going to be the fun bit. Fit more down this side. Hungry and itchy. Where's my scratchy device? There it is. This scratchy device is a thing of glory. Right, I've had a good squeak and I've you're just being annoying. One thing I am finding is that, as you may know, I bought some more pins. Now, there is a small secret that I have harboured. These pins that I am putting in are not all identical. Some are thinner, some are fatter, some are shorter, some are longer. I didn't really want to mix them with a new tub. I'm probably not going to make to the end of this triangle on the pins that I already had. This creates the conundrum because I didn't really want to mix. Because I wanted to keep all the pins in the pot exactly the same, so that all of the pins in the pot were the same, so that, you know, all the pins in the pot are the same. But if I need to steal some to come and do this, well, that's kind of more awkward, isn't it? And if you hear stomach, I apologise, because it's decided that talking to me is definitely the name of the game now. It is hungry and it wishes for food. And while I'm not against it having food, idiot. Just putting a spam bot, bear with me. So we need to pan you. There you go. Right. Spam bot has been reported. Now I've lost track where I was. That's the bottom corner, so you need to go through there. Like that, and you just came undone. I felt it. Thank you for that. And then we go right here and we do the thing. You now go over there. And you are too long, so you can get tidied up too. cheap viewer spam bot has already been banned. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Well on Twitch. An itchy ear. Problem is, I don't want the pins underneath here. Okay, come on, give. Give me the pin, and then you can go all the way down and be happy. There you go. Welcome back, Naughty Cow. See, this doesn't feel right. It can't be. There should be bobbins. See, this is what happens when you screw up and you try and work out what you did. These, let me undo these, hang on. See, this is what happens is you know what you did to the bobbins, but when you go to undo it, it doesn't undo them, which is really irritating. So let's undo these. Right, this comes from this second pin here, but there are no bobbins coming from this first pin. Now, you also come from the second pin, but we are missing a pin's worth of bobbins. I'm going to get this and put this here so that I can take you and put you there and you there a minute without tangling you up. I now need to take you out, because we're going to have to undo all of you to get back up to that pin to find out what the f***ing hell I did wrong with it. This is when I hate myself, because we didn't do this that long ago, and somehow we screwed it up. Or I screwed it up, more accurately. Let's not pretend that you did any of that. Which means even more of you You are not part of it. You are currently not part of it. You need to move out of the way because you're catching on my jumper. 1, 2. Take out pin. You. You now go over there. You come out. Shorter because you're growing as well as, of course, we're working backward. You come out. You two to hold a bit more under there. Rory, your butt's really in the way. I'm getting really uncomfortable on the edge of the couch here. I have a 3-seater couch and 1 bottom. Now, as we established earlier, I am not the skinniest human being on the world, so I require a seat. I can't really make do with a quarter of a seat, but what I'm currently having to do, and have been for the last basically 4 hours, is balancing on the wooden strut at the edge of the seat where the padding is shittiest, and because somebody's butt is where I want to be sleeping. Crackhead, that was not your invitation. No. Having a crackhead standing on me while sitting on the edge of the wooden strut on the not really padded portion of the couch, having a 20-kilo dog does not really make that better. No, it doesn't. I know you think it does, but I'd like to tell you my buttock. For all of you who have got maybe a little more padding than the doctors feel is wise, why is it that when you sit on something a bit hard, no matter how big your butt may be in terms of extra padding, it still always seems to be butt bone against solid thing? There is never enough padding between you and the butt bone. If I give you an idea of where naturally sitting would be, that's as far as I can reach. If I sit comfortably on the couch, this is where I can reach. So I have to sit on the edge of the couch because of a Rory butt. And he'll get really upset if I ask him to move. Because that's what Rorys do. Isn't it? And you're all curled up like a little bean. aren't you? You're trying to be small, but you're occupying my seat. Oh no. Amy! Oh, fuck off, woman. Come on. Just because I'm trying to sit comfortably for 3 seconds to allow blood to circulate and all sorts. Really? That didn't undo right somehow. You should already be round the corner. Oh, just sit down, Amy, for Christ's sake. I don't know if you can hear her, but when she doesn't lie down, she just tramples constantly. And when I'm trying to concentrate, the last thing I need is annoying dog noises. And itchy body parts. You are around the corner. We must be getting dangerously close now. We really must. To find out what we did. I'm not sure. Oh no, it did work. It's just now I've got a bit caught up. You're a bit long. You've grown for some reason. Why are there like threads holding them together? You twisted. Stop it. You should be out at this point. Yawny, yawny. I do apologise. must be some fluff living around here because it's got caught again. Right, definitely this is where something went wrong. So, at this point, there should be more than 3 of you. You each gained 1. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I know there's supposed to be 4. No, that's right. But you should have. But there's no one coming out of the row before. But there is, because she went into the row before. So, you're right. And what I need to do now is you go behind pin, but you need to come out here like this, and then we go across, and we gain you, and we pin you, and you of course have now got in the way there. You now get a pin. You now come out over here. And you go in. Get a pin. Get out of the pins. Actually, let's roll you round and roll you around a bit so that you go more on that end. But I can work more on this end, although it's not flat, and that will annoy the crap out of me. But I can work more here. this again then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't need you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need you, but not immediately. Two are next. Don't feel like we're making the headway we should be, but there we go. I feel like this is going slowly today, especially compared to the last week. For some reason, this just seems to be taking longer. I mean, I know I made a mistake and I had to go back and do a bit, but it still feels longer. Stop undoing and just add a bit of tension. Come on. Oh, I'm getting backache. I think this will be the last row for this afternoon. As I said, I am hoping to be back later. I won't promise, just in case I fall asleep or something, but you know, I have every intention to be back later. So, but let's do this route. And missed. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? Did I really? Yes, I did, clearly. My nose confirms it. Thank you for that. So Of course we want to hear the Mad Professor plan. We like Mad Professor plans. Because, you know, I'm all up for some Mad Professor stuff. That's where the fun's at. Oh, that's an idiot. Okay. Let me undo this a sec. Because I have forbade. You need to wait there while I join you in this square here. Because somehow I missed it. Dog's moved. Quick, quick, quick move. Now I can move the light back a little bit. There we go. Oh, Nautical, you've got one square to go. Two pins to go. I will actually have to push some pins down so you've got a little bit afterwards, but one pin. No pressure, but you know, one pin. That's the last pin for this one. Right. You and you. You need to be longer. You should be longer. You should be longer. And you should be longer. Come on, undo. Stick it. That. Slide you round, even you out a bit. You should be longer. You should be definitely longer. You should be incredibly longer. Let's put that. Let's push in a few more pins because we can. I need for you to be longer than that. These three to be tall pin. You just look like you're from behind. Right, there we go. I'm going to call it a session. Obviously, I am hoping to return, but I am hungry. And really hungry. I mean, like, stupidly hungry. So, with any luck, I will be back later. If I'm not, I will be back tomorrow. Look at poor Hedgie. He started out so full of pins this morning. And look at him. Bald is poor Hedge. And I don't really have a lot of pins to put in him. As I was mentioning, obviously I bought a big pot of pins. But these are the only pins I've got. And that's definitely not going to do as another triangle. And I don't really want to mix the pins. So, is the word for that. I might see if I've got other pins that I can use in the meantime. And save the pins for a whole project. So there we go. Let me take a photo so that I've got something for the start of the next one. We didn't do bad today, you know. We did that bit, although it looks like that kind of went in a bit more looking. But I keep forgetting that this is actually the edge there, not back here. So anyway, we did those two cloth stitch bitses, those two bits of ground all the way there, these two bits of cloth stitch, and the raised ground. So to be honest, although I was moaning that I thought earlier I hadn't really done a lot, that's a reasonable chunk of triangle. That's no slouchy bit. I mean, yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, it's been nearly 5 hours, mind, but definitely going to call it a break for some food because, you know, at this rate I'll be eating bobbins. I'll get a tub of ketchup and eat the bobbins or something. And in case you think I'm joking, no, Liz is hungry. My standard of foods are really low when I'm hungry. Well, I'm hungry all the time. That's a bad example, but when I get this hungry, I really would eat, frankly, anything except those liver dog treats, because as established, those are not for consumption by anything, let alone dogs. Take Hedgie out because he just gets in the way. Pop Hedgie there. I'll stick you on top because why not? Every little bit of crap on top helps hold it all still so it can't mess around while I'm not looking. Ooh, there's the other cloth. I knew there was another one somewhere. You can go on. There you go. I knew there was a blue one somewhere. In there. This is like putting a duvet on. Dear goodness. It is. It feels like I'm trying to put a duvet cover on. Right, there we go. Everything is safe and sound. So yes, the plan is to return later after some TV, food and general returning of blood to one's bottom, thanks to Mr. Paws stealing all of the decent chunk of where I could sit on the couch. So I had to balance on the wooden bit at the edge for the last guys knows how many hours. Oh dear. We're really excited because Mother's mentioned food. No, that's my food. I will feed you as well. Christ, you'd think it was the end of the world. I shall be back later. If I'm not, because I kind of fall asleep, I shall see you tomorrow, and it would be a pleasure if you could join me and spur on the chat, because I do find it easier to do Lace with chat going on in the background. As I said, it's almost like, you know, for my fingers to work better, I need my mouth to be going. So thank you for all for your help. I believe this was session number 114. Dear God, has it been that many? And we've only done a quarter of it. God help us all. See you on the other side. Bye-bye, my friends.